Good morning, everybody. It's great to have you all in person at the University of Johannesburg's Business Auditorium, and welcome to everybody online. It's fantastic to have you. It's such a great turnout. My name is Claire Fincham. I'm Marketing Manager of SAPICS. We'll be joined shortly by our General Manager, Bugeni Ndlovu. He is based in Durban, so he's flying up this morning. And you met Bev D'Souza, SAPICS Administration Manager, when you came in, and SAPICS's Digital Manager, Connor Fincham. Firstly, I'd like to, before I go into my quick presentation, I'd like to thank the University of Johannesburg for their incredible support. Second year in a row of us holding an in-person and online event. So thank you very much to the university, to Dr. Taba and to the professor and the team, Rashina, for all of their fantastic hard work. Thank you to the SAPICS student chapter of the University of Johannesburg. You can identify them with their beautiful shirts and for their work in promoting SAPICS at the university. We'll talk about that a bit later. I'd also like to thank DP World for their incredible and ongoing support. I think this is the 5th year that DP World has supported us. So please give them a round of applause. Phenomenal organization, and I'm trying to get a job with Benita. She won't employ me. Before I introduce the prof, I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about SAPICS and to encourage all of those in the group and online to consider joining SAPICS as a member. We currently have 1,000 members of SAPICS, which is in the last 3 years has grown from 500, so we're very proud of ourselves. We have 10,000 people on our database, and we have 14,200 people on LinkedIn. So our reach is growing, and if you come on this journey with us, you will be exposed to potential employers. You can chat to clever people like Steph from Switch Recruit, and you will be exposed to potential jobs, learnings, networking, benchmarking activities. So SAPICS is 60 this year. We're very proud of that milestone. I'm also turning 60 on Friday. It's hard to believe. So I'm the same age as SAPICS. And we exist to elevate, educate, and empower individuals and organizations in supply chain management. We have all areas of supply chain management, from procurement right through to reverse logistics and everything in between. And I just really wanted to put this slide in here, and I'm not going to go into all of the detail because we'll share the slides with you after the event. But just really why to join a professional association. Travis at the back there has just joined SAPICS as well, and he's very welcome. And we just think that it's important to use associations and societies that exist to support you in your careers. And it's great to just feel credible from day one, that you're part of a body of like-minded, clever people. You get access to industry networks, you stay ahead of trends, you can attend events like this, and you learn the language frameworks and best practices used in the industry. And as we know, specifically in supply chain management, how that has evolved and what we are dealing with, what we've dealt with in the last 6 years in terms of all of the disruption that's happened locally and globally. And obviously you have career opportunities and access to mentorship. So start building your career before you graduate, and you can do that through joining SAPICS. Some motivational quotes from the ChatGPT. Your degree gives you knowledge, professional membership gives you access, and careers are built on both. I joined the IMM in a very long time ago, and I've been a member since then, and it's given me such great support in my marketing work. I can't tell you. And access to people and access to contract work, and highly recommend it. And then just one thing on LinkedIn. I'm not bashing LinkedIn because I absolutely love it, but LinkedIn is where you record your career, and professional associations are where you build it. And then this slide, I'm not going to go into the detail, but just if you opportunities don't usually come from sending connection requests, they come from conversations. So you can have a conversation, then you can connect with somebody on LinkedIn, or vice versa. Like Benita and I, we're best friends on LinkedIn. And now we're best friends in real life. I really am picking on Benita this morning. I'm so sorry. So becoming a member of SAPICS for 166 Rand, excluding that, that's 190 Rand for the year. That's only 3 cappuccinos, guys. Note, last year I said beer and I got into trouble, so I'm saying cappuccino this time. That gives you access to our site visits, breakfasts, and webinars. We have our annual conference, which is just the most phenomenal event. It takes place every year in July. It's in Cape Town. And we have reduced our conference registration fees to 2,500 Rand, bearing in mind the cost price is about 8,000 Rand per delegate. But we have a limited number of registrations for students. You may not be able to do it this year, but perhaps put it in your own personal budgets for 2027, 2028. You will learn so much. You have access to the presentations, though, as a member. You have access to the presentations from the conferences. So that can help you with your projects and your learnings and your study groups, etc. We send a monthly digital magazine from Focus on transport and logistics, which is appropriate for your faculty every month to our members. There's a lot of reading material in there that can also assist you with your learnings. You can add your CV when you graduate, or if you wanted to do project work, perhaps during December, you're welcome to send us your CV, and we put a note on there, I can work for free in this warehouse during December. And that's really great for your CV. We also have a mentorship program, and I will send the mentorship document to you as soon as you join. You will receive that, and you have access to mentors. We can have a whole conversation about mentoring, but I think all of you know how important that is. And yes, you will receive some thought leadership, some information on our news articles, etc. So really strongly encourage you to join SAPICS today, and or at month end, there will be a QR code sent to you. But I would like to just advise that as a thank you, we will be giving you all a free membership of the Association of Supply Chain Management, which is based in the States. So that's what you're all getting, even if you don't join SAPICS. But I encourage you to enjoy SAPICS. Join SAPICS for all of the other reasons. Once you've graduated, you'll be able to have access to a variety of our other education offerings, which we run through different affiliate bodies. There's a lot of information on this page of our website, and we have an education brochure. And that really is, once you've graduated and you're thinking, I'd like to go into planning or forecasting, we have workshops and events that support those career choices and really give you an edge in your learning. So that's further down the line when you've all graduated, but just keep in mind that you have access to this as a member, and you get large discounts if you are a member to attend these events. Here is our social media handles, and if you are a member, you will receive a proud SAPICS banner, which you will receive, which you can put on your LinkedIn or on your email signature, etc. Here's the QR code. We will put it up during the day as well, so don't panic. But if you take out your camera now and do it, you might actually just get a present. But Oscar can't get it already because he's already a member. But yeah. Oh, look, all of you now did it. Okay, that was great. That worked. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm sorry I rushed through that a bit, but we will, as I say, send these presentations to you. Everybody happy online? Is everybody good? Can we have some thumbs up on the Zoom? Great. And so I'm going to, Professor, you don't have slides? No, great. So I'm going to straight away immediately introduce Professor Mageto to you. I think a lot of you know him and have been taught by him, but just for the delegates online, Prof holds a PhD in logistics management from the University of Johannesburg and a postgraduate diploma in data science and business analytics from the University of Texas. He's a published author, a reviewer in ranking journals, and he's over 10 years of research and university teaching experience in transport, logistics, and operations and supply chain management, both locally and internationally. He is currently an associate professor and head of department of the transport and supply chain management, who are hosting us today at the university. And he's a group leader of the multidisciplinary smart mobility research group, which sounds super interesting. So just again, thank you, Prof, for hosting us today, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Claire. For a moment, I thought you were not introducing me. All right, good morning, students. I must stop as good morning, student. UK. Better. UK. Think SAPICS. Think supply chain. Supply chain. Very good. So, I think about yeah. So this morning, it's a privilege and honor for me to introduce the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, and more importantly, to welcome the SAPIC student chapter at the University of Johannesburg. So the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management it is one of the largest training unit in the discipline of transport, logistics, and supply chain management. Actually, within the continent, because we're more of a comprehensive training unit than any other university in the continent. So we start our training right from access programs, which are bridging programs. Then we train all the way. You can articulate right from the bridging program all the way up to a PhD. So that is why we one of the largest training units in the university. So the department offers about 20 programs. So around 20 programs within transport, logistics, and supply chain management. And we have about 5,200 students every year. So this year we have about 1,000 or 5,200 students registered within our course. So we're really a big department. So the department from offering those bridging programs, offering diplomas, advanced diplomas, and honors qualifications. The department is also engaged in industry research and also academic research, which is housed at the Institute of Transport and Logistics Africa. So in this institute, we do commercial research, whereby we brought by private firms, government, and other industry partners to conduct research on their behalf. But also, internally, we conduct academic research with our masters, PhD students, and also researchers. So it's a big department, and that's why all the students are very happy to be associated with us. So this morning, for today's students, my take is that you've started a career in the transport, logistics, and supply chain management. But now you're at that moment where you need to convert from being a student to being in the future. And to the SAPICS conference over the years, we've sent our staff there to participate as sometimes as panel members in the various discussions. and also sometimes to just visit and see what is new in SAPICS. So we're very grateful. Today, we, we're ready to engage. We're ready to engage for the sake of our students. So, and to Dr. Daba, we're very grateful for steering this relationship and making sure that it's coming to fruition. So, this day is your day, students. Make sure that you interact, make sure that you ask the difficult questions, and be made a great day for all of you. Thank you very much, and wow.
Thank you, Prof. Here's a small gift for you. And please meet Lily, our general manager, SAPICS general manager. Great. We're gonna connect Priscilla now. She's based in the United Kingdom. So I'm just gonna wait for Con to tell me what to do. But in the meantime, I'm going to introduce her. Thank you, Prof. Thank you again for having us, and to your team for all of their hard work. Great. We're just checking if Priscilla's there, but while she's being found in the United Kingdom, and this technology is just so clever. I found Priscilla on a TED Talk, and I thought she would be great for. Oh no, it's Benita. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Benita, my darling. And you are my new best friend today. And I've dropped my pen. That's okay. Right. Sorry, Benita. Were you like wondering what was happening? Benita's from DP World. She's an executive in the Operational Excellence Department, and she was previously the only female technical director in DP World SSA Group companies. She has extensive experience in the automotive and logistics industries and has acquired awards for her industry inputs. She's currently a PhD in engineering candidate at the University of Pretoria. She has multiple qualifications and distinctions. She also serves on the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment Academic Industry Board at both UJ and Tshwane University of Technology. She's passionate about women's empowerment in both industry and government initiatives, and she mentors young females. She's also a Sunday school teacher at the URCSA Melody Tshwane in Pretoria. She's also a SAPICS mentor and a SAPICS member, and she also spoke at our first young professional conference that we held online post-COVID, and I thought we needed to meet in person. So great. Over to you, Benita. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. And you're good for sound.
Yes.
Good morning. And I think the team online as well, good morning. When I started this, it was actually online, and Claire was amazing. I think it was during COVID. I personally have a great relationship with UJ. I am a graduate from UJ and I do activities with UJ, but students are my favorite. So much that today, our DP World CLDC Operational Excellence entire team is here. So please feel free to engage with my team members. They are sitting right here. Most of them are industrial engineers. Also do have a supply chain person in our team, and we want to impart as much knowledge as we can with you guys. But for today, what I wanted to talk to you guys about is the stay employable in South Africa, knowing very well how scarce or challenging the job market is. So having greeted everybody, observing all protocols, I think it's important for us to just ponder, as a young professional as well as a student, how does one navigate these challenges? I mean, I don't know how many of you guys had to drive here. We all know what's happening with the fuel price. It's a bit of a challenge. Similarly with the taxi fares and the bus fares, they're all going up. So we have to make that money, right? In order to get around. So we meet today in a country where talent is abundant but opportunities are scarce. South Africa faces one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. And every year, thousands of graduates step into the job market, which is already overflowing. Entry-level roles are really limited, and competition is fierce in order for one to stand out. It doesn't exactly look like a straight road. It's more like a pyramid, everybody coming in at the bottom. Today, I want us to talk about how does one find a job? How does one remain relevant? It's about building your career. And at the point where you are right now, it is important for you to create value such that employers cannot ignore you. This morning, as you are keen in creating a legacy for yourself, I'm just going to keep it to 3 things that I would want us to then just keep in mind. The South African unemployment reality. How many times have you picked up the newspaper only for articles to steal your joy? We are constantly inundated with the reality of the skilled people that remain unemployed. I'm going to read an extract from an online article from Trading Economics that I came across. South Africa's unemployment rate fell to 31.4% in Q4 2025 from 31.9% in the previous period, marking the second consecutive decline. This was the lowest reading since Q3 2020, as the numbers of unemployment fell by 172,000 to 7.8 million, and employed individuals rose by 44,000 to 17.1 million. The labor force decreased a lot. I don't think these numbers make anything pleasant. So it is important for us as young employees or young graduates and people going into the job market to say, how do we stay relevant if the outlook doesn't look so pleasant? I've alluded to the fact that South Africa continues to face high unemployment rate, especially among the youth and recent graduates. Thousands of graduates enter the job market every year, thus increasing the competition. So you have to do something over and above your everyday in order for you to stand out. Entry-level positions are highly competitive, requiring candidates to demonstrate both academic achievement as well as practical skills. Many graduates struggle to bridge the gap between education and employability. Most corporates are looking for people that can hit the ground running, even though you were still an A student. So you have to find a way in which you adapt yourself. This I call the pyramid problem. Progression is not automatic. Securing a job does not mean you'll go up the line. Many people can think stuff. Fewer people can think end to end, solve problems independently, and be trusted under pressure. Corporates are profit-driven. They want somebody who will solve their problems and come up with solutions. That's why promotions are earned, not scheduled, like in the military. I must apologize to the military. A qualification gets you into the pyramid, but the value creation that moves you up comes from you. You're not competing for one job. You're building a career that can move across industries as a supply chain expert. Supply chain is everywhere. Automotive, logistics, retail, banking sector, it's everywhere. Supply chain is one skill set for many industries. And these skills are needed every day. Standing out is not about luck or intelligence. Employers expect technical competence, that is the baseline. They expect reliability, that's non-negotiable. What makes you stand out is your curiosity, hunger to learn, and commercial thinking and problem solving with a professional attitude. You have to have all those things. Delivering tasks may keep you employed. Solving problems will make you valuable. And in South Africa's competitive market, value creation is the difference between staying at the base of the pyramid and climbing up the ladder. Remember, career paths resemble pyramids broad at the base with many entrants. You become one of those. It gets narrower at the top and fewer leadership roles. And career progression demands continuous learning and adaptability. Professor spoke about AI. Adopt the new technologies, keep learning to remain relevant, especially when you're going to be employed. Those who invest in skills development and personal visibility are more likely to secure sustainable employment and advance towards those leadership positions. The second thing I want to talk about, your digital footprint. The pop-ups of social media, the hashtags, the memories. We live in an era where social media has dominated our everyday lives, whether we like it or not. We live in a technological era. Just by show of hands, which social media platforms do you predominantly use? LinkedIn, Twitter, X, whatever it's going by now. Instagram. Pinterest. I see the fashionistas. Facebook, TikTok. I don't know how to operate TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account. So with that being important, there's something I want to share with you guys. Did you know that most companies are actively reviewing their online presence of candidates in their recruitment and selection process? Here are the results that I found. 43% of companies review the social network of candidates who have responded to their vacancies. 43%. 70% actually use social media screening when hiring. And 57% don't even hire candidates because of what they find in their profiles. It is important to control, monitor what you put out there because it's a reflection of your beliefs and policies. And companies may, without even knowing your skill set, not hire you because you do not resonate with their policies. It's not all bad. There are benefits of online presence, and it's something that one needs to look at. In the modern day of technology, creating an online presence and feeding your content library with what you stand for is important. It is important to create and maintain a momentum, but you need to decide the pace. Here are some 4 points that I think are of importance when having an online presence, because we live in a technological space and having alluded to the fact that employers make use of this. Increase visibility. A good online presence can help you get noticed by potential employers. If you sign up with SAPICS, all the supply chain employers will know you're part of SAPICS. When you're active online and you show your expertise, you're more likely to be found by recruiters and hiring managers. Improved credibility. A strong online presence can help you establish yourself as an expert because you attend the SAPICS conference. When you connect with others in your field, you're more likely to get referrals for jobs. And I think at this point, it's important to leverage on these networks. Stronger relationships. An active online presence can help you build a stronger relationship with professionals, people that have seen that you are part of the network, you're building your connections, they can take you under their wings. When you're connected with others in the field, you're more likely to get referrals. Lastly, increased career satisfaction. An online presence can make you land your dream job when you know what you want, when you know what you're good at, and you put it out there. Somebody who is in of the skill that you have will come out for you.
Before placing it inside the box, he paused and spoke to it as if it was their feet. Before you go out. First, said, but only if you allow yourself someone second, there will be moments this week, and they will be you say you you always say something. Your true value is not so it's what's inside. True. And find say, no matter where my relationship word or still. That's the reason why I'm scared. And when it was finally sent into the world, it did less. Because I was just like that. You grow. You become strong. Yeah. And it's you something. Cameras in the top.
Be careful of how you use your lead as a pencil and do not be scared to be sharpened. Lastly, I want to talk about remaining different. We are all unique. No two people are the same. One of my favorite books to talk about, it's about difference and diversity, is A Peacock in the Land of Penguins, written by B.J. Gallagher, Hadley and Warren H. Schmidt. This book clearly demonstrates the struggle between accepting differences and pushing against having to do anything different. It is a story of an organization about penguins. They hire different types of birds, yet somehow they're trying to get all the birds to behave like penguins. Let's just have a look.
That organization cited for funny talents, information rights, and expected to play. And very few found himself in this predicament. Were confident in their ways. Was ordered, predictable, and safe. Time, things began to change as new birds began to join in their ranks. Along the arrivals, we paired the peacock. Everybody out to do. He's not in the back. The penguins were fascinated with the possibilities they were facing. They thought he had a real penguin. Terry, in turn, would forge the process sense and sense of the mind to a great and powerful enterprise. He felt certain that his future would be bright in this new land. But as time went on, the penguins still kept his sight. Perry, we like your work, but some penguins are uncomfortable with you. Why don't you put on a penguin suit so you look more like us? What's wrong with the way I hear my accomplishments more than my feathers and hair and voice? What to change? The penguins had to. How much diversity could they tolerate in their land? Destroying their own culture. Why change the style that made them great? Harry and his friends had a dilemma too. Should they try to change the figure? What price would they like to pay for 6 lines? But sometimes our differences allow us to contribute where others can't. Those penguins be such an easy. Yeah, there's 5 people right here making statement ways. Harry rushed toward the penguins. Hey everybody, the land penguins is in danger. I'm so different.
It was naked, but if never been in our territory before. He tried and my arm awfully close. We got to figure something out. The birds put their heads together, came up with a plan to trap the wolves, and sprang them.
Evidently, I love continents, ne? I'm still very hard. The reality is that as you enter the workplace and industry, veterans in corporate are not ready for you. They are not ready for the wokeness that you bring. Some will try to dim your light. Some will try and make you feel small because they will tell you about the number of years of experience that they've had. Some will try and make you feel redundant. The quest to change the peacock in you being a penguin. Don't be shy. Don't be scared to stand out and show top management that you are indeed an asset. Remember, somebody is always watching, even digitally, as you post your small victories. So as I wrap up, I want us to just look at the three main things that I spoke about. Remember the pyramid problem? Many graduate opportunities are few. You need to stand out. There are fewer seats as you grow in your career. Find that niche and let it shine. Build and protect your online presence. Build a professional online presence because that's what's important. Remember that the internet never forgets. Whatever you put out there will always be there. And lastly, remain different and be very good at it. Let your uniqueness shine. Pace yourself and don't disqualify yourself. In conclusion, it's okay to live a little. Celebrate your success. Embrace your uniqueness. Increase the volume of your excellence as you navigate the workplace. Maximize the learnings of your network and leverage with the networks that you have. And just like Steve Jobs' advert in 1997, never stop dreaming and never stop being unique. My personal saying is remain different and be really good at it. So today, I pass that message to you.
Here's the misfits, the rebels, troublemakers, mountain pigs and square holes. Who see things different. They're not followers. They have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify. But the only thing you can't do is ignore them because they change things. Pushing you peaceful. While some may see them as the craziness, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change them are the ones who do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benita. Any questions for Benita? Right, I'm going to repeat the question for the online delegates. I just want to apologize to the online team. The Wi-Fi in the room isn't great, so we're using our hotspots. So apologies for any glitches, and we will get back to you as soon as we can. But I think you managed to get all the way through Benita's beautiful presentation.
Good morning, speakers. So, this question usually comes from something by sharing case with an applicant actually applied for a job, and the application was rejected due to a particular error in the document. So, my question is, it's not a social media problem, it's not to spell out a system that will be choosing user. Then how do you then do such changes if
your applications are we are not evaluated by individual partner and QS system doesn't choose if we are affecting it for the job or not because of your social history or implementation.
So much for this question.
Repeat the just for the online.
They ask you that you please repeat the just you. Oh, when you sorry. Okay, so if I get what you were asking, it's how does one navigate that person navigate if the system, not necessarily what you as a candidate do, the system throws you out due to some sort of error. I hope I'm not going to take a long with this response, but I'm going to try and answer these. As I was preparing for this, I saw a clip of a recently that was asking, what is the first thing that a person must do when they're applying for a job? And he said, you know, it's usually, it's like, for example, check the spelling mistakes on your CV, because that is the first thing that pops out to show how attentive you are. I don't know what mistake had happened if it is that you're making reference to. You said a mistake was made to application, wasn't uploaded, was it attachment to the same? Because back to the period that I spoke about, there are so many applicants. It is no longer humanly possible for someone to go through each and every application because the team is finished. So a lot of organizations, and this is not my area of expertise, but they rely on having systems that will flush out anything that has mistakes, missing documents, or doesn't resonate with what they're looking for. So that is very difficult to find, qualify what one can do when the system throws you out. I think it just has to go back to that spoke about that vision to say, just make sure as humanly possible as you can, or use the artificial intelligence systems to double check and ensure that you are submitting to the best at the given time. And I'm sorry, Assistant, you were saying that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Benita. I don't think there are any other questions. Any online one? No. Okay. Just a reminder that, oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Teams, or I'm very confident student. And my question is, do the apps to prepare themselves for applying at the end of the year in terms of putting myself out there? What, according to what the job market demands, how can you best apply yourself?
Thank you. It's a tricky question to say, how can you best align yourself? Because I personally don't know of your shortcomings or what your strengths are or what your areas of interest are. I think it's still early in the year. You can start by, I spoke about the online presence. Try and follow industries or companies that you're interested in. See what it is that they look for. Look who their recent employees are. Then also showcase what your skills and strengths are. Things that you've done throughout your varsity. If you won an award, if you joined an organization, if you've been part of a project, put it out there, because during interviews, as a recent graduate, employers want to know, one, what are your qualifications? Two, what skills are you bringing? And three, how are you going to solve our problems within the organization? So if you follow what they are doing, you would likely to pick up what their challenges are, who their competitors are. That's what you can do at present. So I said, when you do get invited for an interview, you've got a bit of insight and you've also marketed or selling yourself or positioned yourself to be a fitting candidate for that organization. I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Great. I think, would you be happy to chat to Benita during tea? Thank you so much. I'll give you your present. And just a reminder, thank you, Benita. Thank you. Round of applause, please. Thumbs up, please. Just a reminder, if you've joined SAPICS today or anytime, you have access to our mentorship program, and Benita is a mentor, and she is fantastic, and you will have access to her. So remember that as a SAPICS membership benefit. Excellent. Thank you very much. You're going to hear more insights from all of our other speakers this morning to really prepare you for the working world. I'm now going to introduce Priscilla again. She is a Swiss-born, French-raised Ghanaian TEDx speaker. She's also an author of the newly released book, The Young Leader's Guide to Public Speaking. As a psychoaudiologist and proud evangelist, that's quite important to say, she helps students and young professionals become better communicators and leaders using the science of how the auditory system impacts the mind, behavior, and performance. In other words, she hones the power of ears for eloquence and excellence in the workplace. Priscilla is based in the United Kingdom, and we welcome her on Zoom. And thank you, Priscilla, for agreeing to this, and over to you.
My pleasure. All right, lovely. I go ahead and share my screen, right? Happy to do that. Wonderful. Give me one moment. Share sound. Oh. Sorry, one moment. Checking this is the right. Okay. Okay. Are we good? Can we see my screen?
Yes.
Lovely. Talking about the sound of connection this morning, I'll say a little bit more about it, but I'd like you to imagine that you are applying for jobs, you're going to job interviews, you're sending out emails, you're doing everything you can to put your best foot forward. And what I'd like to speak about this morning is it's one thing to have a conversation, to go to job interview after job interview, but it's another entirely to stand out. And so, what can you do to stand out? There are three elements that I'd like to share this morning, and they have to do with the auditory system. As Claire gave in the introduction, my area is sound and your auditory system and how it can make you a better leader and communicator. And so, what I'd like to start with is a 2019 study, which was extremely interesting. And what they did was they measured the time it took for physicians to interrupt their patients. When you walk into your doctor's clinic or practice, how long it took. So I'd like a gauge of the audience. How long do you think it took for physicians to interrupt their patients? Any guesses? You can shout it out in the room or you can put it in the chat. Any guesses? I, Connor, are you off mute?
We said 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Can you hear us, Priscilla?
Yes, I can hear you now. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Okay, really good guesses. So the median time was 11 seconds. 11 seconds in order to interrupt their patients and tell them, uh, well, okay, let me tell you what's going on. The shortest time, which is my favorite statistic, is 3 seconds. 3 seconds before they were interrupted and told, let me tell you how to solve your problem. Not even enough time for you to sneeze before your doctor has said, let me tell you. And so what's the significance of this? Well, the key point here is you cannot speak and listen effectively at the same time. And quite honestly, it's a lot easier to do the former than it is the latter. Uh, so number one I'd like to share is to engage with your employer or your prospect through listening. And I guarantee that you will set yourself out from set yourself apart from the rest of the crowd that doesn't. Using your ears to listen means that you make fewer assumptions about what your prospect or client or employer wants. You are more relevant because of that, and you have fewer foot in mouth moments, which you definitely want to avoid when you are giving in applications. It is simple, but it is not easy. And most of your colleagues, I guarantee, will spend most of their time complaining about what the company is not doing for them. But if you are the kind of person that is silent in those conversations when they come up, if you listen to the problems your company or employer has, which I heard Benita talk about just now, and if you ask yourself the one question, what kind of problem is this? And what solution can I offer? Then I guarantee that you will stand out. So that's the first, engaging with listening. The second is attention. And I'd like to draw your attention to where the fact that there are always millions of sounds we can attend to. Maybe you've been in that situation where you're in a crowded room. It could be a networking event or a party or a wedding. There's so much going on around you, and you are speaking to the person in front of you and you're struggling. You're trying to get what they're saying with around the sea of noise that's happening. And you try as hard as you can to direct your attention towards them. And then someone says one word that's softer, and yet your attention is drawn to that person. There's one word that you in particular are primed for. Since the beginning of your life, you've been primed for this word. What word is that? It is your name. Every person has been primed and knows that when they hear their name, their brain goes ding, ding, ding. I need to pay attention. And so that's something that you don't even do consciously. You've just learned through time that whenever I hear my name, it is relevant to me. And so I'm going to pay attention. This is a part of your brain, your auditory system called the reticular activating system, or the RAS. It's the same reason when you hear a new word, then you start seeing it everywhere because that part of your auditory system is saying, this is relevant. Now you can pay attention to it. So what does this mean and why am I giving this example? Well, how can you use this in the workplace to stand out? Last year, Stanford University ran something called the 3-minute thesis. It's where PhD students share their work, their research, but they do so in 3 minutes and to a non-specialist audience. And I want to show you a snippet of the winner and the runner-up. I'm not going to tell you who's who, so you just think in your mind, and then I'll take a little poll. I'm going to show you about a minute of each, and I want you to think about one word potentially that whoever you think is the winner uses far more than the other. In fact, the other does not use it at all. So let's take a look.
In 1872, medicine was revolutionized. The Russian Empire opened the first formal medical school for women. Letting women become doctors transformed medicine and saved lives. But how and at what scale? In my research, I studied some of the first female physicians who lived over 150 years ago. To do this, I had to face two fundamental challenges. First was finding the data. I digitized documents from libraries in 3 different countries, covering over 350 counties of the Russian Empire over 35 years.
Oh, excuse me. Let's go back to share. Not sure what happened there. It's, I see. All right, let's go back. Are we back? On to the next one. Okay.
Have you ever wondered how fast your reaction time is? Let's find out. On the count of 3, clap once as quickly as you can. Nope. Not yet. On my count, 1, 2, 3. That quick reaction, a perfect harmony between your brain and body, is something we often take for granted. But however, there are millions of people with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease whose slowdown becomes a daily reality when they can't do such reactions. Simple things like walking smoothly, clapping your hands, or remembering these wonderful faces become increasingly difficult. Right now, doctors rely on very expensive brain scans and invasive tests that only provide a brief snapshot of what's happening in your brain and body.
Okay. So, show of hands, who feels number 1 was the winner? And I will rely on Claire for the show of hands.
We have 1 hand, 2 hands up in the room, or 3.
2, okay.
Online. You have to count a lot. Connor's just looking online on the Zoom chat.
Okay. Well, let's
None. Oh, okay, so 4 in the room and nobody online. So
nobody online. And for number 2?
Okay, everybody in the room and lots of thumbs up on Zoom, as you can see.
I see the thumbs up. Okay, nice. Well, you are correct so you are correct that number 2 was the winner. And so what's the word that you think she used more than number 1? She used this word in the 3 minutes 16 times, and number 1 didn't use it once. What do you think that word is? Any guesses?
And one of the people in the room are suggesting the word you.
100%. It is the word you. And that is exactly, so well done. Claire said there were treats for good answers, so I think that's one of them. Well done. Yes, it is exactly the word you, because whoever you're speaking to wants to know that they are the relevant element. And so when you, whether interacting with an employer or whoever you're speaking to, if you keep that front and center, you will be more relevant to them. In networking events, how often will you hear someone say, well, here's what I do? But you can switch that around and you can say, here's how my expertise can help you. If you keep you, so the person in front of you, at the heart of what you do, then you will stand out for sure. So we have number 1, which is engage with listening. Number 2, which is attention. So in order to get their attention, give them yours. And then the third is relate. Now, There is one sound which is the most important known to mankind, and that is, and yes, I'm biased, the human voice. Speech as a sound is unique to humans. Other species, they have language, but they don't have speech the same way we as humans do. And so this is something which is loaded with emotion. So the sounds that we hear can create certain emotions. When you think about a mother hearing her baby cry, that conveys a certain emotion. Or if you hear someone sounding angry, you feel a certain way, or sounding happy, you feel a certain way. And in the same way, when you have a certain emotion, you will sound different. So sound and emotion go hand in hand. And so, what does this have to do with you? Well, I'm going to share a couple of examples, actually, before I do, I'll leave that blank. A couple of examples of how you can use your auditory instrument, which is your voice, in the context of work or finding work. I spent a lot of time on LinkedIn. And so I decided, well, everybody is sending all of these messages, emails. A lot of them just sound like they're generated by AI. So how can you stand out? Well, you can use your voice. You can send voice notes. And so I want to share some snippets of the messages I received after sending voice notes to people. And at the end, I will share someone who was less pleased about it, because let's be honest, not everything works 100% of the time. Here's one that I received. Hi, Priscilla. Thanks so much for reaching out and for your lovely voice note. Hi, Priscilla. Awesome to hear from you. Love the idea of voice note message. Very engaging form of outreach. Hey, Priscilla. Thanks for reaching out. I like the voice note as a personal touch. Thanks for your thoughtful message. Really appreciate it and love to connect. And the last one who appreciated it less. She said, recording voice messages to people you don't know is so weird. Do people even ever listen to those? So I'm not gonna lie, not everyone will like it, but I received quite a bit of really positive feedback because it's something that people don't receive every day. And it will make you stand out because how you sound conveys so much more than just anything an email or a text could. So how can you use this? Well, your voice is your auditory edge. It is your unique sound that you can emit into the world. And so I'd like to share some voices that can give us a little bit of advice in terms of how you can show up when you are on this quest to stand out. Here's number one.
The first night of The Daily Show was one of the few times in my life where I can remember everything. It's like, it's more than nerves, it's panic, it's a moment where that's where that doubt comes in. Everything came rushing to my head. You're a fraud, you're not funny, you're stupid, what are you doing here? You're dumb, this is America. Why are you even in this country? What are you doing? Go home. Do you get what I'm saying? There were all of these things, and then in my head I'm like, oh geez, what if I'm the Piers Morgan of The Daily Show? Like, like what happens now? I'm thinking of all these things, and it was so brutal. It's so much easier to shrivel and to just go, no, I didn't want to do it anyway. I didn't, just walk away, because then you never have to take on that responsibility. It was honestly one of the most frightening moments in my life. And just like many frightening moments in your life, once you've done it, you then go like, oh, this is not bad. And you get better at doing it, and you enjoy it, and you still get nervous, but you slowly grow into that space. And I'm glad I jumped off the edge, because it's been a fantastic ride.
Okay, so that's one, that in your quest where you are looking to put yourself out there, you might think, well, maybe I just play it safe. Maybe I don't put myself out there so much. I don't share the amazing things that I've done, or I don't go for another job interview because I'm feeling depleted, or will they feel that I'm not good enough? And quite honestly, at the end of the putting yourself out there is when you find the gold. So just like Trevor Noah, where he was like, what am I even doing? It's pushing through that and seeing at the end of it, there is something worth doing because you have something of value to give. So I'm going to continue. And if you master the art of connecting, you will never have a problem getting a job. If you push through the self-doubt and the I can't do this and all of these, you will eventually find that there's gold at the end of that tunnel. Your value in the marketplace is, um, sorry, I actually can't see my, and your career is determined by one thing. And that's not your expertise per se. It's not your talent. It's not which university you went to. It's not what you know, controversial, not even who you know, but it is, let me go here, your ability to add value to others. Now, I'll play this clip.
Men and women all over the world come and go. Some leave nothing behind, not even their name. Others do leave something behind. Their task in life is one. That is to improve the living conditions of the people amongst whom they live. They are the men and women who wants to put sunshine in the hearts of the poorest of the poor. Our youth are the most important national asset that we have. It is for that reason that we should give them the opportunity to advance.
And so those words, I firmly believe that you are the people that he was talking about, and your ability to add value to others is by far the differentiator between standing in a sea of people and standing out in a crowd. Your ability to add value to others. Now, I have a gift for you, which is, or an opportunity for you, which is if you want to scan the QR code, there is at the end of it an 80% discount for becoming someone who communicates compellingly and confidently. And there's also an opportunity to give feedback. Please do scan the QR code. I'm going to leave it up here for just 10 seconds and then I'll move on to close.
Priscilla, could you just move to the side?
Oh.
Because you're in front of it.
Sorry. I can't actually see myself in the, so I don't know where I am. Sorry. Is that okay?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm back. So yeah, so then you have access to there's a based on the book, it's a 28-day challenge in becoming a compelling communicator, and there's I think it's an 80% discount for that if you would like. All right. I want to do a quick recap, which is, so our E was engage through listening. Listening is one of the simple things to do, but also one of the hardest things to do. But doing that will cause you to stand out from all of your colleagues. The second is attention. If you want to get someone's attention, your employer, your boss, then give them yours. Dale Carnegie said, if you want to be interesting, be interested. And then the third is relate. Relate with your voice. It is the most human thing about you that you can share when you are talking about what you do or your expertise or what you know. relate with your voice, human to human, because ultimately, you don't want to be just a name on a paper. You want them to understand this is a human who has experience and who will add value to our company. And then bearing in mind what Nelson Mandela said, the last is to serve. If you have as your main aim to serve whoever is in front of you, then I can guarantee that you will stand out. So I believe there's a little time for any questions, if anyone would like. Am I correct in thinking that, Claire?
Walking in front of the projector, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to thank the online attendees for their engagement as well in that brilliant presentation. Thanks very much, Priscilla. Let's see if there are any questions first in the room while Con checks the Zoom. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. My main question is about listening to this. What's the importance of the current charismatic and how does it speaker? Do they go hand in hand or can they be separate? Because I'd like to be the judgment on the social communicate since we're about you listener, or if you're just trying to make examples and this.
Did you hear that okay?
Not at all. Can you repeat it, please?
It is charisma.
How important is charisma in going for job interviews, in communication, that kind of thing?
Yes.
I would say it's a tricky question because charisma is one of those that is so elusive, it's not very tangible. And it's easy to say, well, this person just has it or this person doesn't. What I would prefer as a term is the ability to be oneself and to connect with another person. I think what's maybe more tangible than charisma is connection. At the end of an interaction with someone, did you connect with them? Do they feel closer to you? Do they understand that you are two like-minded people? I think that is easier to then evaluate at the end of than charisma, because I would rather have I definitely would rather have connection than charisma. Sometimes people are charismatic, but also feel very distant. Whereas if you're someone who can connect with another person, to me, that's much more valuable. So I would say, sure, why not? Who doesn't want to be more charismatic? But connection, I think, is more valuable.
Great. Good question. Present. Oh, and I got to catch it with a microphone. Whoa. Good catch. Great. Any questions online, Con? No. Please feel free to put your questions in the chat. Oh, there we go. Great. Any other questions in the room for Priscilla? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, Priscilla. We appreciate you connecting online all the way from the United Kingdom.
Yes, my
And
pleasure. Yes, and my last couple of slides were, when you do these, that you will end up with much more than a job. You will end up with a life well lived. And so I'm looking forward to connecting with you and looking forward to helping you and to seeing you stand out.
Amazing. Thank you.
Take care. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay online.
Oh, thanks. I'm going to see patients, audiology patients, actually. But also, I do want to say to everyone in the room and on Zoom to just give a massive round of appreciation for Claire and Connor, because I know that they have put a lot of work into it. So if you pass them at coffee, do give them a thank you, a round of applause, a hug, whatever tickles your fancy. But yeah, thank you. Thank you to them both.
Great. Super. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Priscilla. Somebody's asked if we can connect with you, so I'm not sure if you would like to put your contact details into the chat, Priscilla, if you don't mind. And I will also put your LinkedIn when I share the slides.
Yeah, so at the end of the QR code, there is a YouTube channel, there's LinkedIn, there's all of that. So at the end of
Okay,
the filling it out, then you can connect with me there.
brilliant. Great. I will send that out to everybody tomorrow or maybe
All
this
right.
afternoon.
Thank
Super.
you so
Enjoy
much.
the rest of the day.
You too.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Right, we're like perfectly on time here. It's very exciting. Are you ready, my darling? Excellent. Well, that was great. I enjoyed that. And thank you, Con, for all of those international connections, etc. Right, it's my pleasure to welcome Orpha Cilliers. She's an associate professor in the Department of Applied Management at the University of South Africa. She has more than 3 decades of experience in higher education across several South African universities, where she has taught, supervised, and postgraduate research and helped shape business and management education. Her current academic work focuses on supply chain management, and she has contributed to research topics such as small business sustainability, challenges faced by township enterprises in South Africa, and supply chain integration. She's supervised numerous postgraduate students. She is a member of SAPICS and a mentor. So aforementioned, if you join up, you will have access to her knowledge. And she's committed to developing students and young professionals and helping them connect academic insight with the realities of organizational life. She has also involved the UNISA Supply Chain Mini Masterclasses, presented in collaboration with SAPICS, which supports students and young professional development through engagement with workplace and industry realities. And this 2024 SAPICS conference in Cape Town, we ran a session that was called Bridging the Gap Between Academia and the Workplace. And as a result of that, SAPICS partnered with UNISA and we created the mini masterclass series. You will have access to that as once a month. It's the most wonderful series. You can't join on the one on the 14th of April because it's oversubscribed, sorry. So, but keep an eye out on the UNISA YouTube for all of the history of the amazing knowledge and soft skills that you will learn. Please welcome Orpha to the podium. Please look like fun slides.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a privilege to be here. Thanks for inviting me, Claire. Thanks for the introduction. I was actually enjoying the previous 2 speakers because everything they said relates to what I'm talking to you about today. It's and you will hear several of the concepts that they highlighted that I will just package in a different way. So I decided to unpack the most fluffy concept of professionalism. So what does it mean to be a professional? What does it mean to be one? And when do you become a professional? So I think that the concept of professionalism is used quite loosely. So you go to a professional nail technician, you have a professional driver, you have a function that's professional. So people use the word very loosely, but we need to put it down and say, listen, in terms of our careers, in terms of our student life, what really is professionalism? Now let's think in your everyday life now, students, when you work in a team and you have a group assignment, or you usually dread the group assignments, but when you think of the group assignments and you think of your team members, who are the people you will actually trust in that team assignment? And that's usually the ones who show up, the ones who are reliable, the ones who prepare, and the ones who do their part. So we can see we describe that trust. That's a word we're going to use a lot in this presentation. We use trust as and we describe those behaviors as a behavior that people have. So when we start, you'll see that constantly throughout this presentation, we're going to talk about behavior, we're going to talk about habits, we're going to talk about responsibilities, and that it must be consistent. You must be sure of that. So my question is, what would professionalism then actually mean? Let me just move to the next slide. The down arrow. Let me just see, sorry. Thanks, Connie. Okay, can I just use it? Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Now, and you can see there are many misconceptions about professionalism. A lot of misconceptions. Now, it's not that these aspects don't matter, but on their own, they're not professionalism. So people would we often say it's about someone's appearance. So they look good, they dress well, they have a polished image. So people would be described as professional. Or people can speak easily, they speak boldly, they act self-assured, they project authority. So that person is a professional. Or often people would say the ones with the good grades, the ones with the knowledge, the ones with the technical expertise, the ones with the experience, they are the professional ones. And then sometimes people would say, listen, she's been in academia for 30 years plus. She must be a professional. She must know what she knows what she's talking about. That position, I'm an associate professor, people might think, okay, but so she is a professional. Can you see? Different aspects are highlighted in terms of professionalism. I think many times, and this is what the focus of our talk today is, many people think that professionalism actually starts after graduation. So now I'm a student, life is good, I just continue, I like the way I look, but one must realize that your professional career, your professionalism starts developing early, already now, while you're a student. Now, what do we mean by professionalism? As a good academic, I had to look at different definitions of what professionalism is. And there are a lot of studies, and interestingly, most of the studies are in the medical field, and then also in veterinary science, and then also a few business studies on professional trust. So if you look at all those different studies, you'll see that, again, professionalism is all about behavior. It's all about the behavior, and it becomes visible through behavior. It shows you your responsibility and your reliability, your initiative, and the way you connect with people. So in terms of this, let's have a look. Reliability. People see that you keep commitments, so you're on time, you are prepared, like in the group assessments or group assignments, you do consistent work and you follow through. So what you start, you finish. That's one aspect. Also, you take responsibility for deadlines. You are prepared to take initiative, which means you are solutions driven. You don't always have to be asked to do something. You do something out of your own. You take initiative, and then also you have respect towards people. All these different aspects we will put together, and we will reorganize them to show what professionalism is all about. The last one is ethical behavior. Again, the word behavior, and then the ethics connected to that. So when does professionalism start? It's a habit, and it's usually small things that we start doing every day that will develop. And as soon as you start developing these small habits, they become things that you demonstrate, that you show to other people. Building trust, one of the magic words in professionalism, which in the end is your professional reputation. And that's so important, never to tarnish your professional reputation. Everything boils down to what is the reputation? What do people see when they look at me, when they interact with me? What is more important? Is it me, or is it them, or is it the task? Where is everything? So I'm building up to where I want to show you how do you actually then pinpoint all these and how is it calculated? If you can say, what's the formula behind professionalism? Now, professionalism will earn you trust. Again, the word trust. If you're professional, you will earn trust. What will support that behavior? If you look here, the magic word there is consistency. So professionalism is all about your professional behavior by being reliable, by being responsible, by taking initiative, but doing that consistently. And if you do that consistently, people can rely on you. Eventually, trust will form. Trust, you hear again the word trust. And by doing that, people will gain confidence, but you will also gain confidence in yourself. And that will give us professional reputation. It's a long process, and it's a continuous process of reflection, of thinking, all right, am I consistent? Am I reliable? Am I responsible? Do I follow through? Do I have relationships? Can people depend on me? Do I really trust my own judgment? Do other people trust my judgment? So it's a continuous process of monitoring yourself, seeing how consistent you are in terms of these aspects. Sorry. So, what are the internal foundations of professionalism? So, what do you have inside of you to be professional? And I'm going to use these 4 components to show where professionalism lies. The first 3 must work together in perfect order. So the first one, we are all busy with now, building competence. So it's important. You have to study, you have to have the skills, you have to come prepared. That is very important. But then, how do you interact with people? How is your professional behavior towards them? How much respect do you show for other people? How much integrity do you show? We had the ethical behavior in the previous slide. So those 2 are important. What I know and how I act towards other people. These are things we are working on every day, and we mirror ourselves and we determine, do we have the grades and can we work with people? So then we enter the workplace with these 2 skills or these 2 foundations. And then number 3 happens, composure. Things get stressful. And it happens every day. So as soon as you get stressed, you lose your composure. I always say one of the biggest compliments someone can give me is tell me I'm a composed person. That's really a big compliment. Because as long as you stay composed, the other 2 are not jeopardized. But you can have all the knowledge and you can work with people. But as soon as stress starts, your professionalism shows. So when everything goes smoothly, professionalism is fine. It's not an issue. People won't see it. But as soon as stress emerges, your professionalism starts showing. So I'm telling you all these things, and while I'm talking about it, I'm not telling you that, I'm telling myself that. It's not as if I've mastered everything. So you would also mean we have to work on that composure. And in the end, specific, when these work together, we form our professional judgment. Now let's see. I want to show you the next slide. And this was something that really opened my eyes. I'm going to show you two formulas today. The first one is the one, how do you calculate professionalism? Now, professionalism is my competence and my conduct, but then there's a multiplier effect called composure. Do I stay calm? What happens when I'm under stress? What type of person do I then bring to the fore? So the professional judgment you show will emerge when those elements work together and when they are perfectly balanced. So let's go back to our first question is, what is professionalism? The more we can put it down to certain behaviors and certain attributes, the more we can determine what professionalism is about. Because professionalism will earn us trust. And if we have trust, we have a good professional judgment and people will respect us for that. And you will respect yourself, of course. So let's look at professionalism in action. What does it look like in a real situation? So if someone is professional, they know what they must do. So they know the standards, they've studied, they have experience in the workplace, they know what must happen. They are prepared to take commitments, they will take initiative, they will work with people, they will respond respectively, and then they will earn trust. I'm showing these because I want to get to the next slide to say, but all right, if we know what a professional action looks like in everyday life, what will weaken and what will build our professional trust? And this is also a study that was done by several authors, and they use these different aspects to boil it down to what professionalism is in terms of what will make it weaker, what will make it stronger. We spoke about credibility. It's not something new, and the other speakers also refer to that. Reliability and professional relationships. Those are the three foundations that are important for our professional career and our professional trust that we build. But there's one thing that can weaken our professional trust. We spoke about composure. That's the one type of reaction. But the other thing that will really diminish the effect of those things that we work so hard on is self-orientation. So what does it mean? It means, where is my focus when there is stress? When we have a deadline, when we have to complete something, what is my orientation? Do I focus on myself? Do I say, no, it's not my problem? Or am I saying, let's fix this? Let's work together to build our professional trust and then also to achieve our goals. And that is my next formula. A very concrete way of looking at professional trust. And again, there is a very fine balance. Trust is built by credibility, reliability, and non-professional relationships. Now, in the research, they talk about intimacy, but in a professional context, we would say our professional relationships. So the top part we are familiar with: credibility, reliability, and our interaction with people. But the thing that will really determine the strength of the trust people have in us is what is important in stressful situations and what is important when we need to finish a task. Where do I stand? Am I the important person? Is the group the important person? How do people experience me in this situation? how do I focus on myself or do I not focus on myself? And then there's also a catch. If you start neglecting yourself, then the top part also has a lower value. Because as soon as you start neglecting yourself, you don't have, your judgment is not clear. You feel you can't reach your deadlines. You snap at people. So although we should guard against being self-orientated, we should also guard against neglecting ourselves. So again, a perfect balance on how to build trust in terms of our professional judgment. So the key insight there is trust increases when the focus shifts away from yourself towards other people. Trust increases when the focus shifts away from yourself towards others. And again, it's a mirror we can look in and say, listen, what do I tend to do? Do I tend to focus on myself or do I tend to focus on others and how to get the task completed? Now, let's look at a question that you can reflect on, and that's the mirror I'm talking about. What happens, and you must think in terms of your own situation, what happens when there's a task that should be completed? What happens when the others in the group assessment or group assignment is not doing their part? What are you doing then? Do you say, no, it's not my problem? Or do you say, let's focus on the task and later on we'll talk about responsibility? So where does your attention go when you act professionally? Professionally would be when you interact with people in a professional situation. And that is why professionalism starts long before we enter the workplace. In my last slide, I want to show you that again, your professional reputation is already taking shape. It's not when you start working, but in the way you act today, every day, in small things you do, in small habits, in small patterns of behavior. Professionalism is about behavior. It's in how you prepare, how you respond, how you take responsibility. So I've said a lot now, and it's a lot of concepts, and they were also addressed in the previous speakers' addresses. But let's see, if I have to boil down, and I thought about it this morning, if we have to say what is professionalism, I would say it is about consistent behavior. If I have to say, but how does we grow behavior? It would be through habits. And it can be small habits every day. What does professionalism build? It builds trust. What supports our professionalism? It's those four foundations. It's our composure, our conduct, and our skills, the competence we have. What will weaken our professionalism? It will be our self-orientation, and when we are not composed, the way we act when we are in a stressful situation. And then finally, when do we start with professionalism? We start it now, not later on. So I hope there was something that I said that you say, all right, I'm going to start working on this one small thing today because I'm busy cultivating my professional reputation. Thank you very much.
I'm just not having the best time. We like learning stuff. I just love it. Thank you so much. Any questions in the room first while we check the Zoom? Oh, we have 2, 3. Oh, you're ready, my darling. Would you like to start, sir? We'll bring you the microphone. Thank you. Good morning.
So my question is, in what ways professionalism conflict with cultural norms, but we're particularly involved in cafe, dress and together.
Can I just repeat your question? You are asking cultural values. Does it differ in terms when we define professionalism? So is there different definitions in terms of culture? Is that your question?
Is I want to uh, I want you to explain the main difference because these are companies, you know, cultural cooking culture and the professionalism is quite tricky to
No, and how to balance that. And that's, I think we go back to that one slide I had, is that professionalism have so many foundations and so many building blocks that appearance can be one of those building blocks, but it can differ in different cultures. So as the interesting video showed, we can all be penguins. And that's why we have to see how we're going to fit in and what is the professional code within that organization. Another question. I hope I answered your question. Good morning.
I didn't say so supply chain from the partnership logistics. And the question is that supply chain professional, how do you build composure considering high pressure disruptions, so some disruptions to
He's asking in periods of disruption, in stressful periods, how do you build composure? Because there are many things happening now. Shipments are late. Suppliers are unhappy. How do you build composure? And that is something you build step by step when you're even young. You start saying, listen, how do I act in difficult situations? And ask someone close to you. Say, listen, Dad, be a monitor, just mirror yourself, or ask someone just to be honest with you. Listen, in this group assessment, or in my the connections with other people, what happens when I'm stressed? Do I lose my friends? Do I slip? And these are the things that we have to build. So building building composure is quite tricky, and it's a thing that's internal. So it's one of the foundations that one has to work on, so that when you enter the workplace, you've already mastered that skill.
Thank you. I think that's something that's answer.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for the question.
There was a question over here.
My question is how to operationalize, especially in the high pressure areas, because most of the time you can't be with the power of usual. So how to that thank you.
Is asking, how do you maintain your professionalism when things get really heated, when there's a lot of pressure? How do you maintain that? And I would say, already exercise it when you're young, while you're young. You think you have stress now, you'll see when you start working, and then you have stress. Okay, so it's stressful now, so start acting and then never act too quickly. I think that's the magic thing. Don't speak immediately. Don't send that email immediately. Think about it, read it again, and make it your aim to be composed and not to snap too easily. So I know it's difficult. It's a challenge. It's a daily challenge. Any other questions? Yes. One more question, Claire.
One more question. We can take that. Oh, sorry, Don. I don't think there's not any online.
I see I made you start thinking about professionalism. Because you usually think, oh, when I start working, I'll be a professional. I'll start looking professional. But now we know it's more than the way you look.
Which is this. So my question is mostly I currently have a situation. Well, working with people, especially in the people world, they will look at all the members and evaluate and be able to see who are the most competent people. And then, in my experience, the most competent people in their views, they just move all of the larger pressures to that person. How do I spread out the pressure evenly, even though the people aren't willing to try? Because yeah, sometimes they look at it and they're scared. Like try it nice, it's not that hard to just do it. The information is always fine. It's like teaching people how to come from one to 10. It's all but they there's the whole thing that they have to yeah, they just get it once. Like how do I just spread it out so that they can have skills?
That's the thing. It's very difficult to just look for us. He's just asking, how do we handle the professionalism in group work? Because some people do the work and others don't do the work. And usually it's the big mouths who start out great. Yeah, they seem to know everything and then they start delegating to other people, and then 2 or 3 people in the group start doing the job. And that's always unfair when people start feeling that they've been treated unfairly. There's a lot of disconnect between the group members and also a lot of conflict. And that's the difficult part, because in the end, you still have a due date for that assessment and you have to get the work done. So a professional would say, listen, let's get this done. But afterwards, you talk to those individual group members. And you must also manage it. And that's why it's such a fine balance. We have aspects on top and then aspects at the bottom. It's very important to make sure that you don't neglect yourself in the process, because in the end then it's also trust that is neglected and your professional reputation. But I know it's a difficult one, and it gets difficult when you're in the workplace too. So it's very important to start training yourself in terms of working in a group and how you're going to manage the responsibilities within them. But thank you very much. I enjoy the questions. Yeah.
We've got a few more minutes if you don't mind.
Fantastic. Yeah, of course.
My question is with regards to how we respond. Let's say, for example, the groups where class work, how do you address this professional? First of all, got a leader who has a dictatorship style, or you are the dictatorship style, maybe because of disappointed in the past, because of how you want to do things on you. How do you professionally deal with that? How do you respond in that? Is it private? Is it public? Is it a group setting? Then, yeah.
Okay, it's again about group conflict. When we have a dictator in the group and that person wants to run the show, they also want all the shine in the end. So it's very difficult to balance that. And I would say one start on a personal level without getting personal. So you first talk to that person. Later on, as things evolve, you will see that other group members might experience the same problem. And then it's good to have a good conversation with that person. In the end, it remains difficult because we're working with people. And you are building your own reputation. So you don't want to tarnish your own reputation because of one incident in a group. So it's a very fine balance of finding a way of dealing with difficult people. I know. And I don't have all the answers. I wish I had. I'm also struggling with the same stuff every day. Yes, believe me. Thank you very much. There was one more question, but can we chat during tea time? Is that fine? Thank you.
We'll still give you a present though. I think that was the questions. Thank you, my darling. That was great too. Thank you very much. And thank you so Dr. Maple for also statement, for also accompanying Professor Silius and all of her help and support with our mini masterclass series.
Absolutely. It's a privilege.
Great questions, great answers. Thank you very much so far, everybody. We've got one more session before tea. So hope you're feeling strong. And thank you to everybody online. We're on capacity online, and we will also connect you with the speakers, especially those online who maybe didn't hear all of the answers, and you're welcome to connect with them on LinkedIn. Okay, so we have our second set of international speakers today. Dr. Andrew Brown is in Canberra in Australia. And Sanjay Saha is in the United Kingdom. So we're very international today. It's very exciting. Hello, nice to see you both on screen. So I'm just going to do a brief introduction and then hand over to the two of them. Dr. Andrew Brown is the Director of Education at Be Skilled and a Senior Lecturer at the University of Canberra in Pharmacy. He has a PhD and a Bachelor of Pharmacy and a Graduate Certificate in Higher Education. He has more than 30 years of experience in health systems with specialized focus on health supply chains. He has extensive in-country experience in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, having worked with a range of UN international and national stakeholders. He's published numerous papers, spoken at many conferences, including the SAPICS conference, and it's great to have him back on this platform. Sanjay Saha is a health systems expert with more than 15 years experience working in Asia and Africa across health supply chain and regularity initiatives with multilateral organizations. He's the founder and CEO of Be Skilled, which is a SAPICS affiliate. And if you go onto our education brochure, you'll see more information about what they offer. And he leads the delivery of high quality and accessible professional education for health practitioners using digital solutions. At Be Skilled, his ambition is to build scalable models that create measurable societal impact through education. I'd like to welcome them both, and please feel free to engage online as well. And over to you, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I just confirm that you can hear me okay, Claire?
Not yet, Andrew. We'll give us
Testing
one.
1, 2.
Would you try again?
Testing 1, 2.
Just try again, please, Andrew.
Testing 1, 2.
Just turning up the speaker.
Just checking, is it okay from my side,
Oh,
Claire?
it turned itself off.
Claire, am I audible from here?
Just 1 second.
Just give us 1 second, sorry.
Okay, can you test now?
Can you test now, Andrew, please?
Andrew, can you test?
Yeah, I can hear you well, Andrew.
We can't hear Andrew.
How about that?
There we go. Yeah. Okay. When
You
you're
can hear me okay now?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. If you just go back a slide, Sanjay, those two folks, you were talking about professionalism and about what happens in the workplace. You can see Sanjay is young and handsome and has hair. After working for 30 years in the industry, you turn out like me. No hair, but you still have a smiley face. So welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. You've been sitting around for a while, your heads are exploding. Just take a moment, if you're online, to stretch. And if you're in your seat, just sort of do this for a moment, because I know you want to have a break. I can smell the coffee, but we've got a few exciting things to tell you about thinking about coaching and about supply chains, particularly around health, and some ideas from me being a grandpa that may help you in your career together. Let's go on this journey. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One of the exciting things is that supply chains are a great place to be. There are quite a number of issues globally around supply chains we're reading in the media, but if they work well, then they're invisible, but devastating if they're not. Think about this: 500,000 deaths a year because of counterfeit medicine, supply chain issue. 10% of medical products are substandard or falsified. 80% of South Africans depend on public health supply chain for essential meds. So these are significant. This is a big industry. And if you think about South Africa, 10 to 12% of GDP is quite a big part of health. And there is a large turnover in the logistics industry and lots of people employed in the sector. So you're in the right place for a successful career. And one of the questions is how to get there. Next slide, please. What I'd like to mention to you is, in addition to regular supply chains, the movement of a range of goods for pharmacy, there's also public health supply chains, which is a movement of a range of medicines and medical products for government health systems. There are also humanitarian supply chains in times of crisis, which are all different and interrelated. The reason I mention these three separately is often you'll be in a supply chain community that just focuses on one of these areas, and want you to be aware that there are lots of opportunities in these different spaces. Next slide, please. In humanitarian supply chains, we're talking about preparedness and initial response. You might be aware of organizations like UNICEF or Save the Children, World Vision, that pre-position a range of products around the world for disasters. And then we have disaster response. So when there is a disaster, either man-made or from climate, then we're ready to respond. Guess what? There are so many jobs in supply chain that are involved in this space, as well as the regular supply chain space. Next slide, please. I was listening to the professor previously and was quite excited about what you were learning about professionalism. Now, what's interesting is that in South Africa's health supply chain, there are lots of opportunities for you to show that professionalism. So were you aware that South Africa operates one of the largest antiretroviral treatment programs? This involves lots of medications for HIV patients. Can you think about what 6.5 million registered patients will use on a monthly basis in terms of medications? And within the South African health context, there are positions that are working at the national level, provincial and facility level, and also with key partners involved in South Africa. I'm pointing this out because as developing professionals, you want to think about which organizations may house some of the positions. So government for certain, there are also development and international partners that also could be helpful. Next slide, please. As we also think about supply chains, South African supply chain sector cuts across every major industry and is growing. And we are aware that there is not enough qualified staff to fill the range of roles. So we did a little bit of looking, and Q3 2022, there was 563 listings across procurement, supply chain management, logistics, and planning in the supply chain sector. And then if you do a bit of a breakdown, there is retail, mining, manufacturing, transport, logistics as being key areas. Now, one of the interesting things is the World Bank Logistics Performance Index ranks South Africa's 19th best in Africa. So in South Africa, you're also in a good place. If you look at the right, the salary premium for MSIPS certified professionals was 36%. So this idea of being professional with the right skills and behaviors as well is quite important. And there was a UJ skills gap survey that had 65 to 66% employers struggling to fill supply chain roles. Do you feel like you're in the right room right now? I hope so, because there's lots of opportunity. Next slide, please. The previous speaker spoke about professionalism, and shortly I want to share with you from my own experience. But this last slide here, before we move on to some other aspects of professionalism, helps you just to think about again this difficulty in finding staff and the opportunity. The reason I want to emphasize this is a number of people, young people like those in the room or online, wonder from time to time if supply chain is the right place. And just want to emphasize, if you're interested in supply chain, absolutely the right place to be. Next slide. In order to think about supply chain, think about you have an impact at scale. Think about those several million patients, for example. Think about the diversity of work. In health, we do a lot in cold chain. We do a lot in logistics and warehousing, as with other products. But we have a particular emphasis on the quality of those products and how that comes about. We also find that those people that have some health training also find it easier to work in the health sector, but that's not preventing people from working in the health sector. Next slide, please. This idea I mentioned about HIV medications, this idea about reproductive health medications and vaccines, a whole range of products. So as you think about a career pathway, this is something that people consider is, what is it that my career could look like? Am I going to end up in the back of a warehouse and stuck there? And the answer is no. If you develop your skills over time, your technical competence and your soft skills competence, if you develop your professionalism. So we have entry-level careers, which are those on the left, mid-level careers and senior level careers. And people move between these levels with a combination of experience in the workplace, as well as technical credentials, either professional credentials, such as those that you might get through SAPICS, ASCM, or SIPS, or you may develop academic credentials, for example, a bachelor in supply chain management or master's in procurement, these types of academic and professional credentials that, combined with experience, give you a great career in the supply chain context. Next slide, please. One of the particular things that I'd like to emphasize in the next two slides, and building on the previous talk around professionalism, is I want to give you a number of practical tips from my own experience. And perhaps when you get to 30 years from now, you'll have more hair than I do, because I wish I knew some of these before I started. You got your pen ready? Or if you're online, are you ready to type a couple of things? These particular slides will become available to you, but I want you just to think about things. The professor in the previous talk really came back to whose responsibility is it for certain things that she was talking about, whether it was a relationship issue, to move something forward in the workplace. I want to move that forward and say, whose responsibility is your professional career? And I would say it's yours. And here are things that you can do to get noticed and stay connected. Introduce yourself to key people. So within the supply chain industry, whether that is in South Africa, whether it's in the southern part of Africa or globally, there are various people you will come across. Feel free to introduce yourself, meet people. I would encourage you to join organizations and serve in them. SAPICS is a great example of a professional association for which is not too much money to join, and which you get a lot of rubbing shoulders with people, getting to understand how your chosen profession works, and being able to perhaps serve on a committee or help with particular activities that the professional association is doing. These are things that you can think about. If you're here, then the third box is a big tick already. Get to conferences and other key meetings in order to meet people, both your peers as well as those who may have jobs available. Now, seek out information. So I've mentioned about 3 different sectors in this conversation so far, both about development sector, about humanitarian sector, and also general supply chain. Do you know enough about those to know how to engage in the industry? I'd encourage you to seek out a mentor in your field, where you want to go, who do you want to be when you grow up, and reach out to them and see if they would be happy to mentor you. Senior people in a profession, more often than not, like to encourage younger folk, and that's why Sanjay and I are here today. Connect and stay connected. Develop and maintain your networks. These are key aspects of developing as a professional together. Next slide, please. So, what color t-shirt are you wearing today? Now, if I had some organizational skills and plenty of money, I would have given you all about 14 t-shirts with these different slogans. These are things that I've learned from my professional career that I want to pass on to you, that if you put them into practice, I believe that you will continue to develop your career and make a difference not only in the lives of others, but for your family. And you will really feel proud of your engagement in supply chain environment. Professional and technical integrity is everything. The last speaker emphasized this, and I want to do it again. I tell my students at the university, if you're naughty, then you're really done yourself out of a job. Professional integrity. Develop core managerial and soft skills competencies. We're going to talk more shortly about how to develop some leadership and change management skills, which are vital. But you need to be thinking about both your technical skills, so what is your supply chain area of interest, as well as your soft skills, because these are vitally important to be effective in the workplace. But the most, I think, is the excellent communication skills is what really makes a difference between a good supply chain professional and an excellent one. Being able to negotiate, being able to handle those issues between customers, between employees in a workplace. Supply chain is a lot of specialty areas. What's the one that you want to develop? You should all have a CV. People are using AI to write their CVs and rewrite them. Be careful that it is an accurate CV, because employers like us, for example, always check. And if you've got something incorrect in your CV, then you miss out. I encourage you to try and add something to your CV each 6 months, whether that is something that you've written, whether that's some work experience that you're doing. Keep adding to your CV. Network, network, network. Did I say that enough times? Supply chain is also a supply chain of people. You need to network with folk around you and grow your networks. Know who's working in your area and what they're doing. So take a look at university, take a look at professional associations, look at the professional publications. Who's doing what and what are they doing? Is that something that interests you? Should you follow them on LinkedIn and learn more about them? What skills do others need? So look around. What type of supply chain professionals are people looking for? And how can you prepare yourself to do that? A couple of other t-shirts here is, be the first person to cross the road at the first safe opportunity. What does that mean? Well, you've seen people in downtown Joburg, they're trying to cross the road, the lights are out, and they're trying to wonder when to cross. And all of a sudden, someone sees a gap and starts to maneuver safely through the traffic. So those people who can do so safely, they save some time. Same in life. When you have opportunities brought towards you, see if you can be one of the first people to engage in those opportunities when it's safe to do so. Be intentional. Don't just sit there and wait for things to happen. Think about your plan. What are the hot topics to know about? And how can you find out that? So this is where you get connected with SAPICS, LinkedIn and other environments. 2 more to finish our t-shirt collection. If you don't plan it, it will never happen. And if you didn't document it, it never happened. If you do not plan it, it will not happen. And if you do not document it, it never happened. And these I know I'm getting old when I start making t-shirts. These are my top t-shirt slogans, which if you put in practice, your professional life will grow. Next slide, please. I'm about to hand over to Sanjay because one of the exciting things as a professional is being able to apply yourself in teams and work environments. So within South Africa, studies have shown there's a mismatch between what students think the industry values and what employers are looking for. Research also shows that graduates might be academically prepared, but need development and practical exposure to perform effectively. And more recent supply chain career pathway research is showing that this young professionals need skills training and supportive environments to enter and progress in the field. It's not just good enough to be technically good, technically excellent. You need to be able to apply yourself. Now, this is why opportunity alone is not enough. Young professionals need structured support to reflect, to decide, and to act. And this is where coaching can become essential. And next slide, please. And with that background, I want you to be thinking about coaching as a missing piece. Knowing the career landscape is necessary, but not sufficient. This structured support to reflect, plan, and act. And most professionals default to the path of least resistance rather than the path of greatest impact. And the difference here is professionals that plan, engage, and really have the opportunity to work with senior folk to move that along. Most professionals know they need to develop, but they're not quite sure how to do it. A number of professionals really lack some of the confidence, and coaching is something that can build confidence. And this no-do or this action gap where folk might know what it is they need to do, but not quite sure how to make that real in a planned, in a work environment. And so this is where coaching and mentoring is one way to move that forward. Next slide, please. And with that as background, what I'd like to do is to hand over to Sanjay, who's going to talk a bit more about coaching and career development. Thanks, Sanjay.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And every time you share those t-shirt slogans, they are, they always keep me, intrigued because I wish someone would have told me that 20 years ago. But just to check, Claire, if I'm audible, because I see the camera from the room is not visible now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. There is some sort of an echo, but anyways. So as Andrew talked about, two things from the t-shirt collection, that if you don't plan, you don't achieve it. And if you don't document it, that means it never happened. And this is where both Andrew and I have seen that a lot of young professionals struggle because planning is difficult. It is not easy to plan, more so when you don't have the visibility of the sector. The reason why Andrew spoke about the supply chain sector within South Africa, and not just the health supply chain side of it, but in general, the overall supply chain sector within South Africa, was just to give you an idea that this sector is really big. It is very wide, and there are lots of opportunities, and there are lots of jobs that employers and organizations are finding it difficult to fill. On the other side, here are you. You have graduated, or you are going to graduate very soon, but you find it difficult in finding the right opportunities for you. So there is this mismatch where employers are trying to find the right talent, and you as future supply chain leaders are trying to find the right opportunity. But there is a missing piece wherein how do you get to know where do you fit in? And that is where coaching, and that too a very structured coaching, comes into play. And this is what I would like to talk about, and also showcase a program that we are launching in collaboration with SAPICS. So let me start with showing you what structured career support looks like. Now, a lot of people, they use these terms interchangeably, coaching and mentoring. However, these terms are different. Coaching is more structured. Coaching is more structured and formal, while mentoring is more informal and done by a person that you know probably. You know, mentoring can just be advice, regular advice that you receive, while coaching is typically a more guided, structured process. Career support can come through training, mentoring, coaching, any of those things, like Andrew mentioned. They are complementary, but they're not interchangeable. Both have a place and a value. But for young professionals and students like yourselves, as you are entering the sector, as you're starting your career, you need more of a structured guidance to understand where you fit in, what is the scope, what can be a logical career pathway for you. And that is where career coaching can be really beneficial for young professionals and students like you. Now, here on this slide, I'm providing a bit more details on the differences between coaching and mentoring. Like I said, mentoring is more relationship-based knowledge transfer. So you know someone and they guide you informally through several things, and you may already have certain mentors. Some of the professors of yours could be your mentors. Maybe, you know, a cousin who is older than you, maybe working in the sector, can be a mentor. But those people may not be able to provide you a very structured career advice. And that is where coaching is different. As you see here, coaching can be very focused, structured, goal-oriented. In this case, the coach is not driving the conversation. The conversation has to be driven by the coachee, which is you. The coach is there to guide you to understand more about yourself, where do you fit in, and where do you go. In this case, coach is acting as a trained facilitator, and they're helping you to understand your career choices, your skill sets, provide you clarity on where do you fit in, and helps you in decision making and planning your career. An expert career coaching can help you in these things, the 6 points that you see on screen. So they can help you know more about yourself, which is very important, because your career, if you choose a career which does not align with your own self, you may struggle eventually. So, like, you may have heard, and I'm sure a lot of you are on Instagram. You might receive these reels and stories which talk about happiness in what you do, or the Japanese term of ikigai, for example. If you're not aligned with what you are doing, you may not be happy, and that may eventually create lots of imbalance in your personal life as well. And hence, self-awareness is very important when you are trying to understand a career pathway. A coach can help you understand your options based on your skill sets, based on your areas of study, areas of expertise, and your milestones. A coach can also help you understand your current gaps. So if you want to go into a certain sector, if you want to go into a certain position, are you ready for it? Are there certain gaps that you need to fill? Furthermore, they can also help you in understanding current obstacles, barriers, and also understanding what drives you. Whether your personal values, they align with the values of the sector or the profession, which is very important. Again, it crosses with point number 1, which is self-awareness. And eventually, a coach can help you prepare a very practical, action-oriented career plan, which could be a short-term plan or a slightly longer-term plan. And again, here I go back to what Andrew was saying. You have to plan and you have to document. And all these things you can document. So if you plan and you document, it already creates a positive influence on your career exploration and your career pathway as you start going through this professional journey. As I have stated before, and Andrew also said it, coaching is probably one of the missing links within the supply chain sector in South Africa. There are a lot of informal mentoring opportunities. However, structured coaching opportunities are very limited. We have also seen that there are few formal entry pathways and weak career visibility within supply chains, and hence employers find it difficult to recruit the right talent. Research also shows that there is a mismatch between how you as young graduates or professionals are prepared versus what the employers are looking for. And coaching is something, specifically career coaching, that can bridge that gap. And this is something that can connect education, employability, and progression. And this is something that we want to bring forth to you in collaboration with SAPICS. And hence, I would like to talk a bit more about Jenga Rise. And this is the program which, in collaboration with SAPICS, we are going to launch in South Africa in the months of May and June. Jenga Rise is a structured career coaching program where young professionals or graduating students, they will be paired by expert professionals from the industry who are trained coaches, and using a very structured pathway, including resources and documentation. You will go through a one-on-one coaching experience with the designated coach, eventually leading to a 24 to 36 months personalized career development plan. So this career development plan would be uh, designed by you for based on your skill sets, your ambitions, and the milestones that you can achieve. So very practical, very hands-on. This is a journey of a Jenga Rise program. It starts with a launch workshop where you meet everyone, you meet all the coaches, and then eventually there are one-on-one sessions with your coach, which eventually leads to the point where you prepare a very practical career action plan, which you can go through. Of course, in time, you come back and review what you have done, where you have reached. But in the first segment, action plan is the final output of this program. I would also like to show some results from Nigeria. And as you see, with the expert coaches from Nigeria, the coaches were able to develop career action plans, and all of them gained a lot of confidence in making career-related decisions, and they were able to develop a structured plan. And 71% of them had already begun implementing their plans by the time we finished this survey. So we did the survey 3 months after the completion of the program, and 71% of them had already started. They were so confident, and the action plans were so practical. So how would it work? The program will be launched in June, May, June. So the program will, of course, it's a 6 weeks program, so it will happen somewhere between June and July. We aim to target 50 students, graduating students, and early career professionals. Eligibility is maximum up to 5 years of experience in supply chain or a similar sector. We are looking for sponsorships as well, so that we can reduce the financial burden from the participant, because you are young graduates and early career professionals. So we don't expect you to have a lot of purchasing power, and hence we are seeking sponsorship from corporate partners as well. Now, this is here I would like to share some of the information. So if you are an early career professional or a graduating student, you see the first box. There is a QR code. You can scan it and you can register your interest, and we will reach out to you as the program comes on live, later this month for registrations. If there are some experienced experts in the room, if you want to become a coach, there is a QR code for you. And if there are certain organizations who would like to support us and support a talent pipeline within South Africa's supply chain sector, you can write to me or Bongeni from SAPICS, and we will discuss the opportunities of collaborating and sponsorship. So I would like to close here, and I would like to thank Claire and team for providing Andrew and myself the opportunity to speak to you, talk about how supply chain is a great career of choice. However, you need to be prepared, plan and document how you enter and grow in this career. Thank you so much. And Andrew, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Canberra. Any questions? Let me actually.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for the T-shirts. And thank you for this very exciting initiative that SAPICS is undertaking with Be Skilled, and we'll give you more information of that as well. Right, any questions in the room? Oh, we have, he's definitely the top of the class. Dr. Tubb, he needs an increase. I will check online.
I want to ask, when it comes to people being coachable, what's the most important thing to appreciate in a coaching? Is it a mentality or consistency kind of behavior to appreciate more?
Did you hear the question?
No,
Not really. If you
it's
can
come through garbled.
rephrase, yeah.
I'll repeat it. What do you appreciate more? Consistency or mentality for a coachee?
Okay.
Did
Andrew?
you hear that, Andrew?
Yeah. So from my experience, both. Certainly with people I've mentored and engaged with, the thing I like is the consistency in terms of ongoing interaction and a desire to improve. But as a developing professional, you're not going to get it right all the time. Be a couple of steps forward, a couple of steps back. You're going to miss the mark here and there. But if you have an overall desire to improve and to move forward, then that, I think, for a mentee is really a great place to start. Thanks for the question.
I would say I would target consistency more, because sometimes there are a lot of talented people I've seen who do not rise as much as they can because they are not consistent. And consistency is difficult to manage because life is hard, and there are lots of things happening around us which may demotivate us. So how can you be consistent? How do you get up every day and do the same thing over and over again? Even people who are not very skilled can have great careers if they are consistent in developing those skills over a period of time. There are some people who are naturally talented. There are some people who develop those talent over the years of being consistent. And I would consider myself one of those people who have been consistent over the last 25 years. I'm not naturally talented, just Andrew is. But I would say I have been very consistent. So I would rate consistency higher than mentality, if I answer the question correctly.
Great. Thank you. We have one more question, which I'll repeat to you.
So my question is, what's the basic idea to start creating building a career plan?
When do you start with building a career plan?
Sorry, can you repeat again, Claire?
That's a big question, guys.
Where do you start with building a career plan?
Okay, got it.
Building.
Go back to the T-shirt slide. So I think there are a number of things to start. And before you create a plan, you need to understand what you want to achieve in the plan. And so understanding the network and the environment, meeting lots of people, developing the basic skills which we know are going to be important, taking the opportunity to engage in the professional environment and do research, meeting people and so on, as I've just mentioned, developing your skills. When you have that bit of an understanding of what's going on, then you can better plan. So the first part of your plan would be to understand the supply chain environment within which you work. And these particular T-shirts slogans are a good place to start. Sanjay, over to you.
Yeah, no, very good question. And I would take you to this chart. So if you see here, even in our coaching program, career planning comes at the very end. And the reason being, you need to know a lot of things about yourself, your ambitions, your gaps, your skills gaps, your development gaps, your values, your barriers. Until you know all of that, only then you can move forward towards creating a more practical and action-oriented plan. Otherwise, those plans are hypothetical, theoretical, and they're not achievable. So before you go to a plan, you need to do a lot of diagnosis, and doing it by yourself can be a bit difficult. Hence, we say that you need an expert coach who can guide you towards that plan. I see some questions on the chat as well, Claire. Should we answer them?
Thank you, Sanjay. Will you read them and answer them?
Sure.
Please.
There is Thandiswa is asking, can a third year student register or only graduates? We would prefer graduates at this point, because if you have 1 to 2 years pending in your in your education, I would not recommend you joining this program, because your realities, interests, and ambitions may change within those 1 to 1.5 years. And hence, we would like to work more with young professionals and graduates who are ready to
But
step
we'll be running
into
this for many
their career
years.
journey. Any other
Great. And I
questions?
love that the Jenga is Swahili word, which means
Yeah. Yes, there
there are no
was a
questions.
question. Yes.
Oh, there's one question in the room. Sorry, Sanjay. Apologies. Great.
No,
We'll
please
take
go
one
ahead.
more question and then we will have a break.
Sure.
I'll repeat it to you when it's been asked.
So my question is, how do you like do a first impression when teaching like professional person?
Great question. What should your first impression be when you are approaching a professional person? So when you first engage with them.
So I take the question is, what is, as an experienced person, what is my first impression? Can you just clarify which way round? Is it what type of impression should a young professional try and create in their first interaction? Or is it from a...
Yes,
yeah.
that way.
Okay, thank you so much. So from my perspective, I think as a young professional engaging in an environment that you show this word professionalism, what does it mean? And if I'm looking, when I'm engaging with folk, I'm looking for a level of enthusiasm, engagement, and a willingness to learn as being important. And then that is followed up by consistency. So what that looks like, I think, is in terms of someone who is neat and tidy dressed, someone who has a understanding of the industry to be able to have some conversation, someone who has a certain degree of confidence. They have to be overly confident, but a certain degree of confidence and an interest to engage. They're the general things that I'm looking for in the past. If I'm looking for employees or if I'm looking for interns, then after they pass that hurdle, I'm then looking at sort of, what's their background in terms of education and so on, depending on the purpose of the interaction. But to make a good impression, they would be the items that I focus on. Sanjay, anything you want to add here?
Yeah, I just have one thing. I typically look at how curious young people are and what do they do with that curiosity. As a young person, you have to be immensely curious. You need to be always looking to know more, always looking to know more. And this is how I led my life as well. And this is a very personal thing. I always look for people who are more curious. From a practical perspective, just like you asked this question, if I if I see people who are always asking interesting questions, questions that are thought-provoking, questions that lead to somewhere, I like to work with those kind of people. And that is the kind of impression I would say works with many people that I also know of very well. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for all the comments and questions online, which is great. Just a reminder that you will be getting a copy of all of these slides. Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew Brown and Sanjay, Saha, all the way from other countries. We're very grateful. Everyone's waving to you. You can't see them, I'm sorry. But we're grateful. We're grateful for our partnership and the relationship that we have with SAPICS. All the best to you.
Thank you so much, Claire, and have a great rest of the day to everyone.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee. Have a biscuit for me.
Bye-bye.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Well, we have a tea break now, so feel free to chat to the speakers and to us at SAPICS if you have any questions about the membership and anything else that you want to talk about supply chain wise. Thank you, Dr. Taba, formally for having us. I will introduce you a bit later. But and then we have 3 more sessions after tea, and then Dr. Taba, and then our close. So please stay with us. A reminder that you will get a free AACM membership as a result of joining today. And we encourage you to become a member. Please click on the QR code. It's only 190 Rand for the whole year to be a member. And yeah, anything else, reach out to me at tea time. And thank you so far for your great engagement. I don't know if I'm old school. I love it. When I saw it, I was so excited. The delegates online for the delay, but hope you were able to catch up with all your emails, etc. So it's a privilege for me to introduce Steph Boyd. She is a member of SAPICS and is the owner and managing director of Switch Recruit. Okay, guys, it's a board member. She's very badly behaved and and she is the managing director of Switch Recruit, a specialist recruitment agency focused on freight, logistics, and supply chain roles across South Africa. She needs to become your new best friend, guys. With over 8 years experience in recruitment and 4 years working directly within the logistics industry, she brings a unique dual perspective, having sat on both sides of the interview table. She currently leads a team of 5 staff members who are dedicated to placing professionals from operational, commercial to senior level roles with a strong focus on maintaining increasingly transactional recruitment. Lacking on CV tips, and getting interview and career ready. Thanks, Steph.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, SAPICS, for having me today. It's always exciting seeing some new faces coming into the job world. I'm sure it's more nerve-wracking for you guys than exciting it is for us. I just wanted to start with some engagement with you guys. And so if we can just do with a show of hands, I just want to see who in the audience has ever compiled a CV. Awesome, awesome. Who has ever used that CV to apply for a job? Awesome, nice. Who has ever gotten an interview with that CV? Amazing, very good. Nice CV skills. Who has ever gotten a job with that CV? Nice, very nice. Did you guys notice the drop in the amount of hands from the first question to the last? Yeah. That's what we're going to chat about today. Okay, so what I'll be speaking on today is obviously your CV. This is your first foot in the door. So we're going to speak about getting noticed and also standing out. We'll also speak about interview readiness, so getting hired and also staying hired. I think in the landscape that you guys are playing at the moment, you're going to be looking at graduate programs and learnership programs. So I think staying hired is also an imperative conversation that we need to have. And then on top of that, obviously, career readiness. You guys are going into a new world that you've more than likely not really been exposed to. So you also, you want to be prepared for the working world, and you also want to grow in the working world, right? Growth means different things for different people. So we'll also discuss that. I wanted to give you guys some statistics. I don't want to be negative about recruitment in the grad space, but I also want to be realistic. It's not easy out there, guys. And the statistics are pretty sad for South Africa. I'm sure you guys hear about unemployment all the time. I wanted to specifically talk on unemployment in the graduate or local pool into the young age in South Africa. So in quarter two of 2025, the unemployment rate for young professionals was 12.2%. That is out of a total unemployment rate of about 32%. So almost a third of the unemployment is sitting in graduates and young professionals. So it's pretty scary statistics. It did decrease, however, in quarter three of 2025 to 10.4%. And for 2026, we are sitting on 10.3%. So unemployment rates for youngsters and graduates is going down slightly. So we've got to try to stay optimistic. I do want to also speak about the statistics for female grads and male grads. I think within this industry, it can be a largely male-dominated industry, and that's something that we need to look at. We did join a webinar about women in the logistics industry as well. So it's trying to see how women can get into the industry and stay in the industry, and also grow and get promoted in the industry, right? Female graduates, the unemployment rate is sitting at 15%, while the unemployment for male graduates is 8.9%. So quite a big gap there, right? It's something that we need to address from all aspects of the sector. Okay, so let's get into it. I think what we need to focus on is the fact that your CV is the thing that gets you the interview. Once you're sitting in front of somebody, it's much easier to promote yourself, to give information about yourself to that person. So obviously the main goal of sitting on your CV is to get that interview. Obviously, once you get the interview or interviews is the thing that's going to get you that job, right? So we're going to speak about how to handle interviews, what you can be asked in interviews, and how to handle those questions as well. And then once you've got the job, you want to stay employed, right? Getting the job is sort of like the starting point. You want to stay employed, and you also want to get promoted. So we're going to unpack that together as well. Okay, so let's speak about what employers are looking for. Obviously, this is going to depend on companies, size of the companies, the managers within the different sectors, the different business units. Everybody's got their own little culture going on. And I think skills are important, but culture fit is even more important. So the first thing we're going to talk about is attitude and willingness to learn. This is a difficult one because I think as people, you're born with a certain attitude. And often employers say that this is not something that can be taught, right? You've either got a good attitude, somebody can't really teach you to have a good attitude,
And you need to start somewhere, especially once you've finished studying. So attitude is a big one, and willingness to learn, right? As a graduate, you're probably going into the working sector with very little working experience, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you need to be willing to learn. Being in recruitment, we often hear people saying, I get paid to work 8 to 4:30. Sometimes there's a project that runs over, you work an extra hour or whatever it might be, but I'm paid to work these hours. So, I'm not going to work more and do better for the company. While I understand that, and I don't think anybody expects anybody. I think you've got to think it's going to be, and yes, it might help the company as well, but that's the only way for you to grow in yourself. Working those extra hours means you're getting more experience, you're getting more exposure, and sometimes if you're in a team of 100, there's 5 of you working late, you're making better connections with those people, and it's also sometimes how you find mentors, right? So you've got to start somewhere, and you've got to be willing to learn. Okay. Next one is communication skills. This is super important. When you are dealing with somebody from a recruitment aspect, whether it be a hiring manager, a recruiter, whatever it might be, you're being tracked every step of the way. So every time you are communicating with the decision maker, they are making a decision in their head based on your communication skills. So this starts right from the beginning, right? When you send your CV, you need to communicate with people. You need to be available to have the conversations with people. And it also goes down to email etiquette as well and getting back to people. So communication skills start right from the beginning. Of course, once you're in that role, you also need to continue those communication skills, right? You need to interact with peers, with senior managers, sometimes with very high-level people who it might be nerve-wracking, right? Like the CEO of a Unilever or whatever it might be. So you need to make sure that your communication skills are on point. Okay, then next we have reliability and professionalism. I was laughing earlier because I think a lot of us who have done speaking today, there's a lot of similar things coming through. So it's nice to see that. So reliability and professionalism. I think this is super important in the workplace. If you are reliable in a workplace, it means that people are going to come to you. You want to be their go-to person. You want to be able to solve problems, right? If you don't know an answer to something, then you need to be honest with that person and say, I'm actually not sure. But then you need to tell them, I'm going to find out. And then on top of that, you need to find out and report back. That means that you are reliable because you are sticking to what you say you're going to do. And within that, obviously stay professional as well. Another one that they're looking for, and just touched on this, is problem-solving ability. So when you go into the working world, you might get asked some technical questions or scenario-based questions that you're actually not too sure about because you haven't worked in the industry. So I think it's important, again, just to be honest about what you know and what you don't know. The last thing you want to do is overpromise and underdeliver. You'd rather be honest about what you don't know so that the employer, they can identify where they need to do training with you and how much training they're going to need to do. If you're going into a graduate or learnership role, anybody in this role is going to need training, right? So they just need to identify where you're going to need that training. And what you can do is, if it is, let's say, a follow-up interview, you're going to have a second round interview. What you can do is, if you were asked a question in the first round interview, take notes of that question. It's a question that you didn't know the answer to. Report back at the second interview. I know you asked me this in the first interview. I wasn't sure on the answer. I went to do some research, and this is the answer that I found. Okay, CV structure. We get so many questions about this being in recruitment. Everybody wants to know, what CV template should I use? What's the best looking CV? What CV is going to make it through all the AR, all the applicant tracking systems, whatever it might be? And the answer is that there is no perfect CV template, right? So you just got to make sure that you're putting down these key details, which I'll go into more detail on. But there's no perfect CV. It depends on the industry that you're in. For example, Claire in marketing. Her CV would look very different to a supply chain manager's CV, for example. Maybe would be a bit more creative, showing a bit more of a profile, whereas the supply chain is probably going to be, or supply chain manager is probably going to be a bit more statistics driven. So there is no perfect CV. Different companies might want different things on a CV.
So I was discussing with this young gentleman in the front here earlier, what you need to put on the CV and what should I put on, what work experience shouldn't I put on there. My personal opinion is you want to put everything on there because the smallest thing might just spark somebody's interest and say, oh, I see that you worked with this person at this company. I know that person, they train people really well. That might spark them booking an interview with you. So I say put everything. You'd rather have something there than not have it. I'll give you an example with myself. When I wanted to work in the recruitment industry, I used to see people posting job ads on Facebook, and I thought, that looks really fun, right? That looks cool. Why didn't I try applying for a recruitment job? So I applied, and when I finished school, I went to America for a year on an au pair program. So it's a cultural exchange program. I put that on my CV. I wasn't really sure if it's going to make a difference to anything, but I put it on there because I also didn't want to have like a random gap that I couldn't account for. I went through 5 interviews to get to recruitment. And when I got the job, they said to me that the reason that they actually booked me in for an interview is because I had done the au pair program. And they obviously understand that moving overseas by yourself at 18, it's going to teach you some sort of independence. It gives you that cultural exchange that you would have dealt with, language barriers. There's certain things that you face in certain scenarios, which might be beneficial for certain jobs. So really, I say put everything that you can on your CV and let it spark interest. You'd rather have it on there than miss out on an opportunity not having it on. So let's deep dive a little bit into the CV structure. Personal details. Some of the stuff sounds pretty self-explanatory, but you won't understand how often we have missing details on CVs. Some people get so excited about putting their CVs together, they forget to put their cell phone number on their CV. Now, if you're applying for a job, how's anyone going to contact you if they don't have your cell phone number, right? So make sure that you put in your personal details on there. Another thing that is simple, but we see often is for your address. People obviously want to know where you live. They want to know if it's going to be sustainable for you to travel to certain areas. So make sure that you put your current address on your CV. You don't even need to put your full address. You can just put like the suburb that you're in, for example. We see a lot of people putting like their home address that they don't live at anymore. And let's say that you're from Durban, for example, but you're now living in Johannesburg. Obviously putting Durban on your CV, someone's going to look at that. So you're applying for a job in Sandton. It's not really going to make sense, right? So it's simple details like this that you need to make sure of. If you are unsure of yourself, sometimes when you're looking at a document for too long, everything kind of becomes a blur and a scribble. So get a friend to just check over it. I mean, there's things like spell check. Everybody's doing their CV in Word. Make use of the spell check, guys. It's a big one, like mentioned earlier. Grammar as well. Make sure on that. We've even had people who have spelled their own names wrong. So, like I say, if you're looking at a document for too long, it becomes quite blurry. Okay. So personal details is imperative. Then for your short profile. So remember that for recruiters and hiring managers, because of the unemployment rate in South Africa, we are getting a large amount of applications for every single job that we put out. So sometimes we're getting up to 1,000 CVs for one job. Let's say that we're working on 10 job specs that week. Now we've got to sift through obviously 10,000 CVs. A lot of us don't have really high-level applicant tracking systems, so we've got to make sure that we can go through every CV and make sure that everyone's getting a fair chance. What this means is that we're spending an average of 5 to 10 seconds looking at a CV. So yes, you want to put all your information on there, but you want to make sure that you're not dragging everything out. I think a lot of the time for graduates, we also see, obviously, if you don't have any work experience, you kind of want to bulk your CV up. But then it ends up that a lot of the information you put on there is kind of irrelevant. People don't have time to read through it. So if you're doing a short profile, make sure that you're doing maybe like 3 sentences around there, just to give an idea of who you are, what you've done before, and things that will make you stand out. On education, this is obviously a big one for you guys. What you want to list here is obviously what you've studied. Put the institution that you've studied through. And you need to also list there if you are currently busy with your BCom, for example, or if it is complete. So try and make it obvious that it's completed, because a lot of people will put on their CV BCom supply chain management. but most of the time they haven't finished their degree. So it's not a problem, but if you can be as specific as possible, especially because that's going to be your selling factor, is your qualification at the moment. And also put the year that you completed each of your qualifications, just so that they can see how recent everything is as well. Okay. Then experience. So like I said earlier, you want to put everything that you can on the CV. Another thing that we often notice is people don't put dates on their experience. So they might say that I worked as a temp at DP World, for example. They don't put the dates on there. So when we're looking at that CV, we don't know, do you have 3 years experience? Do you have 2 years experience? And obviously that's a big thing because they want to see how much experience you have in which sector. So make sure that you're putting the dates and try to put even the month and the year. So started at DP World in January 2026 to current, for example. Or if it was during the school holidays, put the month and the date so that they can see all of that. For some reason, we've also seen people not putting the companies under their experience. I think that they are worried that people are going to call maybe their current company or whatever it might be. But of course, we need to know which companies you've worked at, because if you've been a supply chain manager and we're looking for a supply chain manager from manufacturing, if you don't have the companies on there, we obviously don't know if you've got that required experience. Again, if we're going through 1,000 CVs, it's going to be quite difficult to find out from each person, getting hold of them, phoning them, if their number's on there, do you have experience in the manufacturing industry? So make sure that you're covering small details like that. The other thing is skills. So this is a big one. I want you guys to imagine, let's say that you are applying for a buyer position and the buyer position is at Unilever. Now, imagine that your peer is applying for the same position. You've both got a BCom in logistics management. Skills is one of the things that's going to set you apart, right? You want to try avoid words that everybody's going to use, like hardworking, people pleaser, because sure, you can put that on your CV, but what do you think the next person is putting on their CV? Exactly the same thing. So what you want to do for skills is you want to show skills that you've been directly involved in. So for example, if you did a project while you were studying, anything that you learned with regards to that, try and make it measurable. So let's say you were involved in a team project and you guys won the award for that year for your project. Put those to show what the outcome was. It's not always just putting down the experience. They also want to know what the outcome was. So that obviously will make your CV stand out compared to someone who's just saying that they're hardworking. Okay. References. This is a big one that's always discussed in recruitment. Just so that you guys know, we cannot contact any references without getting permission from you guys. So unfortunately, it doesn't always happen like that. There are some bad apples in the industry. But from my perspective, I always say that references are available upon request. You don't really need to put out people's information. There's obviously the POPI Act as well. So you can't just be putting people's cell phone numbers all over your CV. It means that anybody with a PNET license is going to get your previous CEO's cell phone number. So for references, I always say available upon request. If you've gotten a written reference, attach that with your CV. As a recruiter, we will always phone that reference nonetheless, but it's nice just to have that little bit of a bulker as well. Okay, so a strong profile. It's always very difficult because we say to clients, we can't put a person on a piece of paper. So for us, we need to know as a recruiter all about you so that we can represent you correctly and we can punch you to the client. So what a strong profile will consist of, it'll need to be specific and focused. So obviously for you to apply for jobs, you kind of need to have an idea of what jobs are available in the industry, right? So if you're studying supply chain management, you need to kind of know what titles to be looking for. If you're going on PNET, for example, what exactly are you typing in there? Because you can do things like being a shipping controller, you can do buying, you can do planning. There's so many different roles out there. You could be involved in warehousing, forecasting, analytics, whatever it might be. So you need to decide which sort of area you want to go into. I know it's not always easy because, when you're looking for a job, you're kind of like, I think I'll take anything, whatever you've got. But people want to know that you know what you are looking for. They want to know that you've done the research in the industry, right? And you need to communicate this to people. So let's say that you send your CV to, let's use Game, for example. Games HR manager calls you up, they're chatting to you about your CV. She's going to ask, for example, what roles are you looking for? Now, you also don't want to close the door on other positions, especially if you are looking for a job and you're unemployed. So a way to answer that would be, I've done a lot of research, although I haven't worked in the industry. I'm quite keen on the analytics side of the supply chain field because of X, Y, and Z. Then on top of that, you're going to say to her, I like that field, but I'm not opposed to any other fields in supply chain. So you always want to keep that door open. But it is important that you obviously understand the industry that you want to work in and the industry that you want to go into. And it's important that you communicate this as well. Okay, then mentioning qualifications and strengths. Again, qualifications, we've covered this. Your strengths, stay away from the little cliche words that are easy to cover. We are obviously, as mentioned, also in the world of AI and ChatGPT. I think it is good to use ChatGPT and AI, but please make sure that you're reading what is being pushed out by AI. Sometimes we will interview a candidate who you can kind of see when somebody's used ChatGPT for something, right? There's this long dashes, bolded words in between sentences. So we've interviewed candidates, they've used ChatGPT for their CV, no problem. We don't mind that at all. But then you start reading out some of their achievements that they've listed, and they kind of get flustered because ChatGPT has reworded it. And ChatGPT doesn't always understand exactly what we're trying to get into, right? So make sure that you are rereading what is pushed out by ChatGPT and make sure that you are adjusting this so that it's true. Because remember, what you're putting down on your CV, you're sending to companies saying, I have this experience, I have done this. So it's very important that you're putting the correct information on your CV as well. Okay. Then another example of a strong profile is to make sure that you align to your career direction. So I was also chatting to one of the students about this earlier, is supply chain is super broad, right? Supply chain, logistics. From a logistics perspective, we have clearing and forwarding agents, we have courier agents, we have truckers, we have shipping lines, we have airlines. This all falls within the sector. So there's so many options in terms of career opportunities, but you need to make sure that you understand from your studies, from the research that you've done, from the networking that you've done, and the people that you've spoken to, you need to have an idea of what you enjoy, right? I think, like, if we use, for example, analytics again, I know that I would not enjoy analytics. I'm terrible with numbers. I talk for a living. So analytics is just something I know would not gel with me. Okay. So make sure that you are personalizing it to yourself and what you would want to do. All right, now the big one with graduates, experience without experience. We, of course, speak to graduates all the time, and they say to us, Steph, how do I get experience if everyone is looking for experience? So what you can do while you're studying, before you're studying, after you're studying, is get any type of work experience that you can, right? Whether you need to volunteer for a couple of hours in the morning during your school break, let's say at DP World, for example. Look, I understand that it's obviously also situational, and I don't think we expect anybody to work for free. But if you can get a couple of days experience, it's at least you're getting some sort of experience on your CV, and you're also showing potential employers, I'm willing to put in the work. I haven't been able to find a job. Everyone knows the reality of unemployment in graduates, and they can see, okay, you volunteered there, you're willing to go the extra mile. So put down any volunteer experience that you can get, any part-time jobs while you study, guys, put it down on your CV. I think these are imperative because, again, it shows that you're going the extra mile, you're willing to put in the work to earn some extra money, whatever it might be. Put everything that you can on your CV. Obviously, internships is a big one. This is why I wanted to also discuss staying employed, is because, a lot of the time internships or graduate programs or whatever it might be, they might only be for a year. Sometimes they're only for 6 months, sometimes they're for 3 years. So put that experience down on there. And even if you worked in the holidays, like I say, put it all on your CV. even group projects, guys, if you're doing group projects in university, this is also something else that's going to make you stand out, is if you're putting this on your CV. You know, everybody knows that in university, you've got to do projects. But if you're unpacking what you've done your projects on, it's giving an idea of research that you've done and results that you're getting from those projects. So put everything that you can on that CV. And like everyone always says, transferable skills matter, especially in the South African market. Okay, now we're going to touch on what's going to make you stand out from a CV perspective. So obviously, like I said, you don't want to only list tasks, you want to show impact and results. So not only the input, but you want to focus on the output. And again, we want to make this measurable. So use numbers and examples where possible. Common CV mistakes. Again, some of these sound a bit cliche, but we see them all the time, every single day. Spelling and grammar errors. This is imperative, guys. This is introduction that somebody's going to have to you as a person is seeing your CV. So make sure that you're triple checking it where you can. Too much irrelevant info. You don't want to list there that you went skiing in Austria for December because you're worried about that month's gap. So just put any work-related experience. No contact information like I've discussed. And our thing is a lot of people these days also have a different WhatsApp number to their call number. So you can list that on there. For us, WhatsApp is such a big communication method because, I mean, we're obviously dealing with people who are sometimes sitting next to their boss all day, for example. So we can't always call those people and they can't always take the call. So if you want to list your WhatsApp number, just be clear that this is your phone number, this is your WhatsApp number, so that people are not going to call your WhatsApp number and not get hold of you. If you can put an alternative contact on there, that's also nice. Sometimes if you, let's say that you applied for a job 3 years ago and your numbers changed, and for some reason this employer still has your CV, if your numbers change and they have an alternative contact, if it's your mom, whoever it might be, at least they can phone your mom and say, listen, I've got Steph's CV from 3 years ago. I'm trying to get through to her. Do you know how I can contact her? So put some alternatives where you can. A big one is using the same CV for every job application. I know when you're desperate to find a job, you're kind of just shooting your CV here, not really keeping track of it. Whatever you see, you can apply for, you're applying for that. But you want to obviously try to tailor your CV, especially if you need a cover letter. I know everybody dreads the cover letter, but you want to tailor it to each job. So what you can do is you can do a template and then just change, like highlight a couple of words that you can change there. So company name, position, strengths, weaknesses, whatever it might be. So just use a template so it's quicker for you. No dates mentioned, we've already covered that. No company names mentioned, we've already covered that. Keywords. I want to go into a bit of detail on this, and you don't need to understand this in too much detail. But when we are searching for candidates, whether it be on LinkedIn, PNet, whatever it might be, we use something called a Boolean search. What that means is that we're using keywords from the job that we are recruiting for, and we are plugging that into those search functions. That search function is trying to pick up those exact keywords in your CV. So you want to make sure if you want to go into manufacturing and you want to be a buyer in manufacturing, you want to make sure that this is going to pick up somewhere on your CV. If you're battling to get that mentioned, just put on your CV there that you're an aspiring buyer, for example. So at least when we're doing our Boolean search, your CV is going to come up there. So make sure to use keywords. Again, not highlighting any achievements, any coursework, any projects. This is not going to make you stand out. You need to make sure that those are showing on your CV. All right, so tailoring your CV for each job application. Obviously, you want to match the job description that you're working with. So again, if it's a buyer position, you want to make sure that you're mentioning this on there. If, for example, let's say you've done an internship, so you work 3 months in procurement, 3 months in the buying department, 3 months in the warehouse, 3 months in the transport department. If you're applying for a buyer position, put your buyer duties on the top so that that's the first thing they see. If you're then going to apply for a warehouse position, put your warehouse duties on top so that that's the first thing that they see. Again, we are sifting through CVs as quick as humanly possible without missing out on someone. So if you are going to put those keywords and duties first, obviously somebody's going to, it's going to spark something in somebody's mind. Again, use relevant keywords and then highlight relevant skills and coursework that we've discussed. Now, obviously, getting the interview is a whole nother story. So how you can get interviews is apply on LinkedIn. Who here has a LinkedIn profile by show of hands? Okay, fantastic. I always say LinkedIn is like the professional Facebook, and as a recruiter, LinkedIn is like our Bible. So we live and breathe on there every single day. You want to make sure you also have the keywords in your LinkedIn as well, so that when we're doing that Boolean search, we're picking up your profile. Job portals, we all know PNet, Indeed, whatever it might be. Make sure that you're registered on these job portals, because you're not only applying for jobs on there. We as hiring managers and recruiters can search for people on those job platforms as well. So just make sure, even if you're not applying for jobs on Indeed, that you've got a profile on Indeed, so that you're going to pick up in somebody's search. Use recruitment agencies, of course. Always make sure to use a specialist recruitment agency, because we will have network and contacts within the industry that you're wanting to go into. Then reach out to contacts in the industry. You know, if you are on LinkedIn, you saw that DP World is looking for a business unit manager, and you know that Benita is the head of that department. Add Benita on LinkedIn and reach out to Benita, because then you're going to stand out. Reach out to relevant contacts who are posting job adverts, exactly like I say. Facebook and WhatsApp groups has become a big way to find jobs. So just be careful of scams. It's quite rife at the moment. Just so that you guys know, we cannot charge anyone from an employee or potential employee perspective to get a job. If you are asked to pay money, even if it's for medical checks, criminal checks, it's illegal. This was introduced years ago. And if someone's asking you for money to get a job, it's a scam. Nobody has enough buying power to get paid 200 Rand and they're going to get you a job. That's never going to happen. Okay, then applying smartly. Obviously, you want to do quality over quantity, and that is going to be reading through the ad, understanding what they are looking for. Don't be too particular on this. If they're saying they want somebody with a BCom in logistics management, 1 year's working experience, if you don't have the 1 year's experience, still apply, right? You can still try your luck. We as a recruitment agency will still try and push candidates who are outside of the job spec by a little bit. So still try your luck, but make sure that you're reading the job adverts. Target roles aligned to your skills and the industry that you want to go in for or into, and prepare each application individually. Okay, then we're going to talk about LinkedIn. Super important to have a professional profile on LinkedIn. Obviously, the first thing everybody sees like any social media platform is your photo. Please try to avoid photos where you're pouting. And we often see people using photos on their CVs where, you know, they were at Groove last weekend, they've cropped themselves out and you can still see it's a bar in the background. Nothing wrong with that, but it's just not LinkedIn worthy, right? So just get a friend to take a photo, right? Put on a smart shirt, plain background against a wall, get them to take a shoulder length photo, pop that on your LinkedIn. Doesn't have to be anything special. Clear headline. So again, you want to use your keywords, BCom logistics management graduates, aspiring buyer within manufacturing. Obviously, your profile needs to match your CV. Guys, we often catch people out like this, okay? We will get, let's say that we have a supply chain manager position. Somebody sends their CV. They say they're supply chain manager at X company. They've obviously tailored it to that job application. We go onto their LinkedIn. Oh, actually, they're a supply chain coordinator, but obviously they need to have the management experience for this job. So they alter their CVs. Not saying that LinkedIn's always correct. Some people don't update their LinkedIn, but you need to make sure that your CV matches your LinkedIn. Okay. How are we doing for time, Claire? Oh, Emma. Yeah, I talk a lot. Sorry. In my defense, it was 15 minutes. Okay, all right. I've got a couple more slides, so I'm going to talk really quickly. Email etiquette, this is super important. Like I said, communication from the get-go. People are seeing how you communicate from the time that you send your CV all the way to the end of the interview. Be short and clear with hiring managers and recruiters. I'll often get a message on LinkedIn that says, "Hi, Steph." Then I go back, "Hi, Bob." Bob says, "How are you?" I'll say, "Good, thanks, and you?" Then Bob tells me what he's looking for. Again, guys, we would love to be able to interact on a deep level with everyone, but a better way to do it would be, "Hi, Steph, my name is Bob. I see that you specialize in supply chain recruitment. Can I send you my CV, for example?" Keep it short and clear and be precise. Attach documents correctly. Guys, we often get sent people's bank statements instead of their CVs. So we see a lot of what's going on. We get medical scripts as well. Name your attachments. So copy of my ID, copy of my transcript, whatever it might be. Attach them correctly. And also, if you can't scan a document and you want to take a photo of it, make sure that you've got good lighting, that you're not taking it skew, that you can actually see what's in that photo. Nothing wrong with that. Not everyone has access to scanners. Just make sure that it looks professional. Okay, so what interviews test? Obviously, it's communication, like we've discussed, confidence, culture fit, and problem solving. So a lot of the time, especially from a graduate perspective, you're not going to get asked a lot of technical questions because you wouldn't have worked in those roles before. But people want to see how you communicate and how confident you are. I always say, I mean, it's nerve-wracking going for interviews, right? I've also been on the other side of the table, like Claire mentioned. So if you're feeling nervous when you start the interview, just say to them, look, I'm very nervous, but I'll calm down in a little bit. I always say get some water, because when you're feeling overwhelmed, it allows you to take a sip instead of having like that awkward silence while you get yourself together. So always ask for a glass of water. And also the way you sit makes a difference to how you look and how you speak. Because when you're sitting slouched over like this, your voice doesn't project as much, right? You're also not looking very confident. Whereas if you're sitting up, your shoulders are back, your voice is going to project, especially if you have a soft voice. Okay, so those things make a difference. And obviously looking at somebody when you're in an interview with them, if you're seeing somebody slouched over or sitting back like this versus somebody sitting up, looking you in the eye and communicating with you, that makes a big difference. Okay. Common interview questions. I'm going to quickly run through these. So tell me about yourself. You want to mix a bit of private with professional. So for example, for myself, I would say I grew up in every small town in KZN. After school, I went to America for a year to au pair. I then worked in recruitment for 4 years, went into freight and logistics for 4 years, moved up to Joburg, and now I own my own recruitment agency. So you're kind of giving a mixture to show your background from a personal level, and then you're bringing in the professional side at the end. Strengths and weaknesses. You always want to try and back up your weaknesses with a strength. So, for example, my weakness is that I am impatient. My strength is that, or I can say I'm impatient because I want things done. So yes, being impatient is not always good, but the reason that I'm impatient is because I want things done and I want them properly. I want them done now and I want them done my way. Something that I'm working on, but just an example. So try to back up your weakness with the strength. Why this role? So a lot of companies ask this. We're obviously not going to say because I don't want to carry on eating 2-minute noodles. We're going to tell them exactly why we're looking for this position. So again, it's going to be based on your research, personal preference. I can't answer that for you, but you need to be able to answer that, as well as why this company. You know, I always see you guys on the side of the highway. I know that you offer international work opportunities, whatever it might be. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? They want to see that you are planning and thinking forward. If you don't know where you see yourself in 5 years, then figure it out so that you can answer it in the interview. It doesn't mean that that can't change. So now you've told them, I want to be a manager, and maybe your growth plans change, right? Also be careful to answer to the hiring manager, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You don't want to insinuate that you want to be in their position, right? Because they're not going to take that well. Then they're obviously going to ask for examples. So I always say when they ask you questions, instead of saying yes or no, I've done this, I haven't done that, try and give examples of the exact work. And for example, for graduates, what was the main takeaway from your degree? That's a big one as well. Please make sure that you prepare structured questions for the person that's going to interview you. I saw on your website that you guys have just opened an office in Ghana. What's the idea with that? They can obviously see that you've then done your research. So interview behavior, be on time. If you're running late, let them know as soon as you know that you're going to be late. If your interview's at 8 and you only let them know at 5 to 8, you're going to be half an hour late. It's obviously not going to sit well. So make sure that you check the route, the transport route, how you're going to get there. And just let them know, I mean, things do happen. Let them know as soon as possible. Dress appropriately. This is a big one. And we always say rather be overdressed than underdressed. We've never heard of somebody losing a job because they were overdressed. We have, for example, had a candidate. He went for his first interview. The HR manager absolutely loved him. They said, can you bring him back on Friday? We will have his offer ready for him. I just want him to meet the MD. He can sign the offer there. He went on Friday in tracksuit pants and never got the offer that was sitting on the table right in front of him, because he would have been client facing and the ND wasn't happy with him being in tracksuit pants. As simple as that. He ticked every box. So I'd rather be overdressed than underdressed for every interview, even if you go for 5. Just be that person. Okay. Positive body language we've covered, and make sure that you're listening well. Make sure that you're listening to the question. If you didn't understand the question, ask. Ask them to repeat it. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, then what types of questions you can ask the employer? What does success look like in this role? What growth opportunities exist in the company? What training is provided? And what gaps have you experienced in this role? Please make sure that your only questions are not what time is lunchtime? What are your working hours? How many leave days do I get? Do you guys shut down in December? We have had somebody declined for a job for those exact questions. Okay. Cool. I'm going to skip this one. And then almost at the end here, what will hold you back? Entitlement. Guys, unfortunately, nobody owes you anything in the working world. You have to work for it yourself. Poor communication. Make sure that if you are putting your CV out there, then you need to be able to communicate. You need to be available. If you know that you're on lectures from 8 until 12, put that on your CV and ask them to email you if you miss their call. Lack of effort. Let's say that you go for the first interview. After that, you're like, cool, going for the second interview. I'll reply whenever it is. Again, you're competing with so many other people. So be available and answer quickly. Being passive, being unprepared, and being disorganized. I've seen candidates who make Excel spreadsheets. I applied at Unilever for a buyer position on the 3rd of April. I followed up on the 10th of April. I was declined. So they're keeping track of these things. Or my interview is on Wednesday, the 2nd of April at 8 o'clock. So they're not having to frantically shift through emails or whatever it might be. So make sure that you are organized. Okay, so final advice. Your first job is a stepping stone. You need to be prepared and not perfect. It's going to be a huge learning curve for you guys. And make sure that you're taking action immediately and being the go-to person. That's it. I'm guessing I can't take questions. Okay. Good luck, guys. No, not at all. Good luck with your careers and getting into the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph. Another wonderful. That was incredibly useful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry we don't have time to take questions, but please feel free, like you did during tea, to chat to Steph. And for those online, please, can you connect with Steph on LinkedIn? Is that a good place to connect with?
Sorry, my student, I clicked it now.
Oh, sorry. And it's DE
space WRT. Yeah.
DE space WIT. Great. So look out for her on and Switch Recruit. And thank you. That was incredibly helpful. I'm going to give you a present in a minute. Okay, great. Ayanda, you're up, my darling. Sorry for being a little bit late. And if I could just ask you to stand in front of the computer so that the online people can hear. So just quickly, Ayanda has become a very good friend of SAPICS. She works for Slimstock and they are a sponsor. And she's a young marketing professional in the supply chain industry and currently works as a marketing associate at Slimstock. She's had 3 years of marketing experience across agency, retail, and technology environment. She has a Bachelor of Social Science degree from the University of KZN and is currently pursuing her honours in digital marketing. And she works for Slimstock, which is a great company working across Africa and Middle East in the supply chain space. Over to you, Ayanda.
What can I solve for you? I'll just put the water down. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayanda Ntongo. To be honest, I'm quite nervous, so please bear with me. But more importantly, I'm honored to be here speaking at the SAPICS Young Professionals and Students Conference. Like Claire said, I'm a young marketing professional in the supply chain industry. I currently work as a marketing associate at Slimstock. I'll go into what Slimstock does shortly. Part of my work is supporting regional marketing initiatives across Africa and the Middle East. My work involves events, communications, digital marketing, brand development, and helping connect people, technology, and business transformation. A big part of my role is showcasing the impact
of a modern supply chain solution, not just through technology, but through people, collaboration, and strategic thinking. Just a few years ago, I was sitting exactly where many of you are now, students trying to figure out the future, trying to gain experience, trying to take the right step. And today I'm here sharing a stage with industry professionals and leaders, speaking about my journey and the real impact of what I do and the global supply chain transformation project that shows people, innovation, and strategy. I'm currently doing my honors in digital marketing. I graduated with my bachelor's degree from UKZN in 2024. So alongside my studies, I was working, and that was an intentional overlap. I didn't want to exit my studying without any experience. So it is important to try gain experience however you can. So I think touching on what Steph said, my CV had a lot of volunteer work, skills, my interest in why I want to get into marketing. So essentially working in the spaces that I've worked in, including retail, tech, and agency environments, has shaped the way I think, create, and communicate. It gives me a great blend of creativity, strategy, and industry understanding. Intentionally, it wasn't always easy balancing my studies and my career, trying to balance assignments with deadlines, exams with deliverables, classes with workload. This stretched me and shaped me and prepared me for what was to come. During this time, I heard a lot of no's. No, you don't have enough experience. No, we chose someone else. And no, maybe next time. At first, I was deeply discouraged, but I didn't realize then that every no was guiding me to my yes. And that yes is the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today. Now, as I look back over the year with Slimstock, I can see how every piece of my journey prepared me for what I'm experiencing now. I've learned so much and continue to learn so much every day. And over the last year, I've had opportunities I didn't think I would get so early on in my career. I have sat in rooms and at tables with CEOs and decision makers of major companies globally. 2 months into my working at Slimstock, I got to travel to Dubai for a week. That's where I got to meet some of my colleagues across the region. I also got to be involved in developing and supporting a key event for us in the Africa and Middle East region. I learned more about the industry, networked with people who have been in the industry for over a few decades. I was definitely nervous, but I was extremely excited. But more than anything, I was inspired. I was inspired by my colleagues who move with confidence and ease at networking events, inspired by how they navigate and collaborate during internal strategy meetings, where big decisions were being shaped, inspired by how they handle challenges with clarity, intention, and clear planning. Okay. I'm grateful to be surrounded by mentors and colleagues who push me, guide me, and collaborate with me. They make space for my contributions. As young as I am in my career, it is important to put yourself out there. An environment like that will shape you. It has shaped me for the better. These experiences have also taught me the importance of being visible, especially through professional platforms like LinkedIn. Because LinkedIn isn't just a platform, it is your digital portfolio. Your online presence matters, your voice and perspective matters, your story matters. So that's just a little bit about me and how I got into the industry and my career. Now that I understand where I come from, I want to show, by a show of hands, who has heard of Slimstock before today? Slimstock, the company I work for. Anyone heard of it? Okay. Who feels confident in truly understanding supply chain planning and what that means inside a business? Fantastic. And who here is excited about AI, automation, analytics, technology transforming supply chain? Perfect. With my start at SlimStock, I quickly realized how much I didn't know about the incredible work happening behind the scenes in supply chain. I wasn't familiar with the level of innovation, technology, and problem solving that major companies rely on every single day. I had always seen supply chain from the outside, but inside SlimStock, I discovered a side of the industry that is deeply technical, highly strategic, and constantly evolving. It opened my eyes to how decisions about stock, demand, forecasting, and planning shape entire businesses. And that's why today, before we dive into the case study, I want to get a sense of, apologies, wrong one. But moving on, let me introduce SlimStock properly. SlimStock is a global partner in inventory optimization and supply chain planning. In simple terms, we help businesses make decisions about stock, so right products at the right time, at the right place, with less waste and more efficiency. SlimStock has been a global market leader for over 30 years. Today, we work with over 1,600 customers worldwide, and we complete over 200 implementations each year. Over the past 30 years, we have maintained an exceptional 96% retention rate with our customers, meaning that the vast majority of our customers continue to partner with us long term. SlimStock is supported by a global team of over 500 employees, customers in over 75 countries, and operates in 27 countries. SlimStock operates almost every industry: retail, automotive, distribution, and pharma, because every industry depends on supply chain planning. To support those businesses, SlimStock uses a platform called Slim4. Slim4 helps businesses forecast demand accurately, reduce stockouts, cut excess stock, plan smarter, and operate more efficiently. To make decisions faster and more confidently, Slim4 uses data, analytics, and AI to bring predictability to planning. Before we jump into the case study, I have a short video to give a visual overview of SlimStock. Sorry, Connor, can you come on? Thank you. Yeah. I can't see. I can just continue into the case study.
Their strategic objectives and unlock sustainable growth. Slim4, our award-winning platform, is built around 4 cornerstones of success. Your customers expect rapid, reliable delivery, But in these times of uncertainty, you need to predict, prevent, and pivot to supply chain challenges and disruption. The solution? SlimStock. We help businesses around the world achieve their strategic objectives and unlock sustainable growth. Slim4, our award-winning platform, is built around 4 cornerstones of success: efficiency, sustainability, empowerment, and innovation. Efficiency is more than just a goal. It's the engine that drives profitability, customer satisfaction, and growth. Slim4 underpins the people and processes throughout your supply chain. AI-powered insights, intelligent forecasting, dynamic supply planning, data-driven product management, and integrated S&OP. These are the tools at your fingertips to enable seamless cross-functional collaboration throughout your end-to-end supply chain. Better for the planet and your profit margins, Slim4 helps you orchestrate supply and demand to help eliminate waste, reduce stock, reduce shipments, reduce CO2 footprint. Together, we can make substantial sustainability gains and create a better customer experience. We give your team the tools and the knowledge to succeed. Guarantee fast adoption with flexible views, to-do lists and dashboards, all wrapped up in a tool they'll love. To take full advantage, they need the right knowledge. That's why our SlimStock Academy equips your team with the skills and insights to make operational, tactical, and strategic decisions with confidence. Stay ahead with a scalable platform and an experienced partner at your side. At SlimStock, we complete over 150 successful digital transformation projects every year. This experience not only elevates your team with the latest best practices and cross-industry knowledge, but also informs and enriches our development roadmap. As a result, our Slim4 platform is continually being advanced with new enhancements every 3 weeks, delivering the next generation planning capabilities necessary to future-proof your business. Planning teams around the world trust SlimStock to conquer their challenges, delivering in-budget supply chain transformation that decimates traditional implementation timescales and guarantees ROI within 1 year. Whatever your industry, our team of supply chain experts are here for you and your business, and here for your success.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I hope that gives you a bit more insight into what SlimStock does and how we do it. So now I'll go into the case study. One of our customers, Winners in Mauritius, they have, sorry, I'll continue. They have 100% brand awareness on the island. They serve 60,000 customers daily. They have 235 million annual sales, 2,400 employees, 198 million products are sold yearly. They have 25 supermarkets and 1 hypermarket and a growing e-commerce platform. Because Mauritius is an island, supply chain challenges are magnified. Long lead times, complex imports, and no backup stock from neighboring regions. This context is important because everything I share next takes place within this unique high-pressure environment. Before partnering with SlimStock, Winners faced challenges that many retailers will recognize. Each store placed its own orders, so that means 25 different planning methods, uneven supply chain expertise, no standardized processes, and 65% on-time in full supply performance, rising labor costs, and heavy manual work. This created inconsistent planning, visible gaps, and operational inconsistencies. Why this needed to change? Winners recognized they needed a more structured and predictable approach. They wanted to reduce manual work, improve efficiency, streamline operations, and bring all stores into one unified framework. They wanted visibility, control, and confidence. More importantly, they wanted predictability, to know what stock was needed, when, and where. In simple terms, they needed one brain, one system, one heart, not 25. Winners partnered with SlimStop because we understood their challenges. We had expertise in retail optimization, and we could build the transformation. We could build the transformation suited to the island economy. The partnership began with a 3-month pilot across 3 stores. This allowed Winners to see the transformation in real conditions before scaling up. The pilot results were strong, and this moved the rollout ahead of schedule. 4 more stores were added, and eventually the project expanded to all 25. All 25 adopted Slim 4. Therefore, Slim Stock entered the story because we understood the challenges. This is where technology meets people and replanning becomes predictable. From there, results came quickly. Winners didn't adopt a tool. They adopted a new way of working. Better collaboration, smoother data workflows, IT became strategic partners in supply chain, clear processes replaced guesswork, a shift towards proactive planning, and this was truly a true digital transformation. The transformation delivered real impact. Winners saw 10% increase in availability, meaning fewer empty shelves and happier customers. Minus a decrease in 7% excess stock, freeing up cash, reducing waste, and improving efficiency. An increase by 8% in sales and margin growth because of better availability leads to better revenue. Winners gained better supplier performance, processes became standardized, stores became aligned, decision-making became clearer and more proactive. This is what sustainability, scalable improvements looks like. You may ask yourself why this case study may matter to you. This case study shows that supply chain is not just about logistics. It needs strategy, it needs communication, it needs analysis, it needs technology. It needs young professionals with fresh ideas. You don't just have to be perfect. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be willing to learn. Consistency beats confidence. Curiosity beats experience. And teachability beats perfection every time. This industry needs you. Your energy, your ideas, and your perspective. Whether you're studying or already entering the workplace, it is important to show up early, put yourself out there, build your personal brand, and work on your CV and skills. Connect with people in the industry, ask questions, and be courageous. To SAPICS, thank you for creating a space like this where young professionals can learn, grow, and connect. Thank you for investing in education, development, and industry growth. Your work shapes futures, opens opportunities, and pushes the supply chain profession forward. It is truly an honor to speak here today. Before I close, I'd like to show you a few of our customers across Africa and beyond. You may recognize some logos. We are also excited to announce that we have recently signed freedom of movement and a few other customers across the region. Now on screen, you will see 2 QR codes. One will take you to follow SlimStock on LinkedIn and the other to connect with me personally. Feel free to take out your phones and scan them. In closing, I have a short message to every student and young professional here today. Your journey begins with one decision. The decision to show up and put yourself out there. Show up and be eager to learn. Ask questions and share ideas. Show up even when you're nervous. Just show up. Every step goes towards building the career that you want. Thank you for listening, and I am Ayanda Ngongo from SlimStock. I wish you all the best in your studies and careers. Thank you.
For a second. Thank you, Ayanda, for being brave and courageous. Any questions in the room? We'll take one. Thank you, ma'am, at the back. and Con will alert us if there is any in on Zoom. Would you just repeat the question? Sure.
Hello, my name is Betsy, and I'm going to share studying logistics. And I'd like to ask, I wish should some start with the academy.
Yeah.
Can you just like kind of explain what was and how like you qualify to important this?
Okay, just to touch on that, I've gone through the Slim Stock.
Repeat the question.
Oh, just for or just to
For the online.
sure. So who qualifies for Slim Stock Academy and how to get potentially involved in that? Sure. So I've gone through Slim Stock training and stuff like that as part of my onboarding. So Slim Stock Academy is offered to all our customers just to train them on the system and how that works before any onboarding, like the signing of a new customer. If you're interested in learning more about Slim Stock personally, please reach out to me.
Short and sweet. Great. Thank you, Ida.
Thank you so much.
All the best to you and your studies and
Thank you.
this little gift.
Thank you.
Great. Excellent.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, we have two more presentations, Kumo and then Dr. Fala, and then it will be lunch downstairs, I'm told. So stay for that. The Department of Hospitality are hosting us today. And just quickly again, thank you to you, Jay, for hosting us, and DP World for the delicious. I'm worried that you're all making that noise. Are we not? Must we not trust the food from the department? And also just, I think, a round of applause for DP World for the really cool little gifts in your bags that you got. And thank you to my colleague Babe for packing those bags last night while she was watching TV. So, I feel that you have no presentation. We'll just put that slide up. Okay, it's a very short introduction because she didn't send me her profile, so she's not getting a present. Kumo Mosatuka is CEO of Blue Transfusion Logistics Solutions. It's her own business. She's an incredible woman. I've known her for 10 years, more even. She joined the SAPICS board in 2025, and she's also a judge of the Africa Supply Chain Excellence Awards. SAPICS is a partner of Askia. Kumo put her hand up to be a judge, and that's a clear example of how you work with an association and grow your own personal and professional development. Over to Kumo. She's going to tell us about her journey.
Hi everyone. I hope everybody is good. Steph, Steph was telling us about being dressed appropriately, and you won't believe I was so confused about what I'm going to wear today for you guys. I hope I did a good job. I didn't want to be overdressed, but like Steph says, please be overdressed for your job interviews, right? All right, I'll tell you a bit about myself or my supply chain journey. Oh, I mustn't forget you guys. Tell you about my journey. So I was just chatting to a couple of my colleagues earlier on. My first degree I got 20 years ago. I know I didn't it. I fitted with you guys, and the degree that I studied was BCom Transport Economics and Logistics Management. So what you guys are studying. And thanks guys. And I'll tell you more about it. So I come from an entrepreneurial family. I'm from Rustenburg, born and bred. And I actually was introduced to supply chain or logistics in the family businesses. At that time, I didn't know. And back in that time, BCom accounting was the course to have. That was at the time of the former President Thabo Mbeki pushing all the black excellence and accounting. And that's what I was supposed to do. And first year, away from home, life happens. guys. I failed my first year. Only passed, yeah. It's reality, eh? It's reality. Only passed 2 courses. And guess what? The second semester, accounting wasn't one of them. Statistics was. Imagine that. And then, stats 102. And then I was approached by the dean of the department, the late Miss Kate Mego. She's like, hey, I like your energy. You could be an ambassador for this new program and whatnot. So your life is destined, eh? When they say it's crafted out. Then I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, why not? It's free money, because it was free then. Tita and UJ were sponsoring previously disadvantaged universities, and I went for it. I've never looked back. I had so much fun. I know one of our lecturers. So Mafikeng is a very small city, although it's the capital city of the province. But my lecturer at that time was Miss Karen Fisser. So she actually came from UJ then. And we met at the casino because there's nothing to do. And I'm writing the day tomorrow, Guess what? I got 85% for that. She wasn't happy, by the way. She chased me away. But she made it so enjoyable. And I think just the experience I had with my home ground advantage of growing up for an entrepreneur, I enjoyed it. It wasn't the accounting, I enjoyed it. And logistics, management, and transport economics is such a fun degree to have. Am I lying? I know it's, sound convincing, guys. Eh? It's the best, right? I mean, when I was still studying, Gautrain was a business case. And now, what's happening with Gautrain? It's a reality. Didn't make sense back then. Everybody wanted cars. There was a huge spike on people owning cars. Now, people, I was actually amazed when I'm interviewing some of my staff. A good person, but they don't know how to drive. Why? Because public transport now has upskilled. Whereas back in the time when I was looking for work, you had to drive. You had to get in. How are you going to manage drivers if you don't know how to drive? Then, after I graduated, I worked for a consulting company called Batlachai, and we were doing transport planning. So all the scholar transports, well, I don't think a lot of you know about them because you're more in an urban area, but it's more at the rural areas where all the underprivileged school kids, government funds to have them get to school buses. So that's the program, the project that I was busy on, and to extend taxi rates, right? So be the basic economics, demand versus supply, finding the equilibrium, and then extending it at that point, right? Then I went to one of my best employees. I've only been employed by 3 companies in my lifetime. And it was Coca-Cola, formerly known as ADI, when they had merged with SAP or the SAP. I had so much fun. I moved up the ranks. I started as a distribution supervisor in, guess where? Velco. And in winter, you don't need fridges, right? Because you would get into that warehouse and the Coke would be frozen. That's how cold Velcom is. And I'm forever cold, by the way. Those who know me know I'm always in a jacket or I've got a jacket somewhere, And I moved up the ranks from distribution supervisor to distribution controller, distribution manager. Depot manager was my last operational job, where I was dealing with the fleet, the distribution, the warehousing, the stock, and the safety and health. And I would like to mention, Doobie in the corner there is one of my clients. So she's the big boss at DSB for safety and health. So she works at DSB, and DSB is my client through and through. I've been with them for 7 years. So welcome, Doobie. And then from Coke, I moved up the ranks, and then I was more in a strategic position where I was a regional analyst. So can you see the various, I'm trying to tell you the various steps of where I moved and how broad supply chain or logistics management is. Then I was from a strategic, I was part of the team where we revisited the whole value chain of Coke and said, we've got too many depots. You've got a depot in Pretoria East, you've got a depot in Pretoria East, depot in Rand. But, you know, type of thing. Then we decided that we are going to look at all our weight depots. So if you don't, or I can just give you a bit of insight. The Pretoria West depot manufactures everything. So 2 liters, we call it PET plastic, and your returnables RGP. Then your Midrand only does your PET. So your 2 liters, 500s, you know, in plastic. The Devlet in the south is just returnables. Yeah. So we then decided, no, for a lot of depots, there's a lot of double handling, and I'm sure you've studied about double handling, right? I hope you guys use your lead practices as well. Say, look at the eight wastes type of thing. We then to outside warehouses where we're empowering other people, or because we had just started to get in broad-based economic empowerment, we looked at all the old pubs, taverns, shops, and we engaged them and said, how about you look after this? The good part about that, they already knew the market. So we don't have that double handling where we now have to go spend on an account manager, do this, do that. They do that work for the brand. That was part of the project. And after, there's a lot of things that I did. I was then headhunted by Bollywood. I don't know how about me, but they did. So it goes back to, you don't have to do things because somebody's looking at you. Something that they said to say, you know, I put up my hand to say, you know, why it's all about relationship. Oh, I forgot. My first job, by the way, at the Department of Transport, I was volunteering. I was paid to plate of food. And that's how I got introduced to Butterhide. My first report to say, oh, take this kid. She's got the jutzpah. Right? So I was headhunted by Bollywood. I did not have a position, by the way. They just took me and I was being paid. And me with my curiosity, I got bored. Started asking, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Within 3 weeks, I was then given position of a continuous improvement manager. A tough position, a very tough position, because I had to save the account money for people's 14th checks. So if I don't save money for that year, nobody's getting paid. Nobody. So I had to make people happy. I had to put pressure on people so that they remember the D-Day. Then as well, I moved up the ranks, CI manager, back to operations, a whole different game. Processes and processes weren't as automated as ABI. They didn't know what SAP was, and I was like, you know, but you introduce those things to the company in a nice, clever way. You know, that's what I did. And I moved up the ranks. Then I was introduced to intermodal transport, where Malo was part of the team, where Malo signed the memorandum of understanding with Transit, right? And then after that, I decided to go on my own. But before I went on my own, I was on the corporate governance side, which is on the procurement side, on the side. So I'm hoping you guys are going with me as I'm sure how broad supply chain or logistics is. Right, then I went on my own. I had so much fun in the first year where one of the top 5 banks asked me to come and help them with gap analysis of the ESD programs or procurement preferential spend. Right? I had so much fun there. I learned a lot. It was an industry I'd never been in, which is finance. And then I started to focus on the logistics side of the business because guess what? It was during COVID. Nobody's going to hire a consultant that they pay 2,000 rand an hour. They would rather upskill people inside. And that's again when you guys need to you have to say, I want to learn more. Then I started focusing on the logistics side of business. And I was doing the last mile. That's the headache, right? The last mile is no. That's when I read that my model and said, I need to own more of the value chain. Sure. I should be told, by the way. Should be this told. We just finished building a 600 square warehouse in Rustenburg, in Bosuk. It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. There still is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And the whole ideology. Steph was telling me that you must know what you want in 5 years. The same in business. You've got your 6 months, you've got your year, you've got your 5 years. 5 years, we want to see ourselves as a bit more because we are the property that we own has a red line on top of it. Now we've just built this warehouse. We're surrounded by mines. We've got the Palamine, Racimo. We're some, so that's how you need to start thinking in everything you do. And I currently employ 12 people, an amazing team. Yes, like any family, there's squabbles, but it all boils down to attitude. There's good days, there's bad days, there's partnerships that aren't partnerships, but learnings. So the same with you guys, if you get into a work environment, yeah, sure, you'll have friends, but don't forget your path. Don't forget your path. Don't forget you want to go. If you have a squabble with the boss, don't do that. Stay, help where you can, put up your hand where possible. And okay, Claire just told me I've got 5 minutes. And yeah, basically, yeah, that's it from my end. From a social, Claire did mention that I'm an Africa Supply Chain of Excellence Awards judge, a SAPICS director, and I've just been appointed as a board member for the Africa Women Supply Chain Association. And I was mentoring a few companies there. I enjoyed it as well. So again, back to your calling. Do you know what your calling is? Are you following it? Don't follow the noise. No, don't be afraid to step out. Don't be afraid to be different. And I know somebody asked me, she's got an age similar to my late sister. She asked me about being able to network and engage. So I know that in tertiary there's a lot of cultural societies. So we can start engaging in public speaking, Toastmasters, public speaking, Toastmasters, or debating society. I was likely introduced to those when I was still in high school. I remember my first speech I had all these cons. I forgot it. I cried. My mom took me to Spur and I had the delicious waffle and ice cream. It's still my favorite. And by the way, it's my mother's birthday today. And then yeah, that's basically what I could say. The other question was say, how do you get chosen from the rest if you are in an internship because nobody absorb people? Again, do more than what is expected of. Don't look at always be given them alone. That's personal development. You can take personal development away from a company. Can build you. You can gain so much experience by basically irritating everyone and know what's going on. I always went up to my boss, one of my mentors. I've got 5 mentors, by the way. And I kept saying, I'm bored. Then he gives me another project. Oh, I'm bored. Quasi, I'm bored. He's now the managing director, the group MD for Greenland Logistics. And he's actually the guy who said, stop looking at who's looking, just do your job. And yeah, any questions? Good day. I didn't have time to study statistics and understanding thinking. So the question is, looking back at your career, what would you have done differently? And also what advice would you give to who doesn't know, who's like still confused on which career to venture into in this? Just repeat the question for online, please. Okay, she just asked me what I would do differently, right? And as a final year student, which part or how would she be able to choose which link? I'll just call it a link of the value chain, the whole end-to-end process. You know, I didn't get your name, ma'am. Ada. You know, Ada, as I mentioned, I don't have regrets. I take them as teachings. So there's nothing that I wouldn't change. Everything that's happened to me, as I look back and reflect, it makes sense. The second question, align your personality. You know, if you don't like noise and last minute pressure, don't find yourself in the distribution side of things. Because you're not going to enjoy it. And then you're going to regret, oh, but why did I take this course? But there's so many. If you want a quiet space, rather go to procurement, rather go to an analyst, being an analyst people. And it happens, you know. I hope I answered you. Excellent. Next, how many questions should we take? Let's just take 2. Sorry, guys. I'm not sure because they were. Should I have some activated charcoal, guys, before I eat?
Students. I just wanted to ask what systems that we should be from like computer use, what should not.
Okay, so I'll speak from my business. Oh, sorry, he's asking which applications or would you use or would you should be familiar? Yes, I think I got that. So look, I'm not paid to promote products here, Kathleen. You're putting me in a tight spot. Okay, I'm not being paid, but I'll tell you from my perspective, from my business. And the nice thing is that apps are not as expensive as before. Okay, for visibility for my team, for projects and whatnot, we use Monday.com, but it's becoming a bit expensive. So we're moving over to Rike. It's called Rike. I know these big companies like to use either SAP or Oracle. From a planning tool, they use Opsi, but from a planning tool in terms of distribution and with my guys for DSV, we use Circuit. So Circuit is an app that, oh, there's a question here, but I can't see who it is. It says Samsung SM. So for my drivers, we use Circuit, where they optimize their routes and then they execute. It still needs manual intervention. So, you know, with AI, it's quite easy. You can look for any application that's custom for your size or for what you want to do. So those are the ones that I'm currently using. And sometimes I use Zoho Warehouse, but I've decided to build my own software using Microsoft Dynamics. It's not done yet. I should be as tall as Connor, by the way. I told you guys that every year I'm shrinking as I try. After insert.
I thought you'd be the IT person.
Why, thank you.
And I'm thinking about maybe 500. So I wanted to ask you that I take the future about some what time we was to take
I love that question because personally with me, from an entrepreneurial background, my mom said, go and experience so that you can put those processes back in our. So you need to work for someone, you need to experience managing people, going through IR, HR issues, going through whatnot. I'll tell you one thing that is key in any business is cash flow. So take whatever savings you've got, start a business. Let me tell you, there are late payments for both public and private sectors. My business model is a bit of both, majority private sector to switch on the lights, pay salaries, all those things. Public sector, rebuild or re-push back into the business, buy vehicles if need be, build a warehouse if need be, type of thing. So please go enjoy the experience of building a career, because that's where you see the different characters and you learn how to handle the different characters before going into entrepreneurship. There was a question here. Okay. Oh, it was just a comment. What does the comment say? Oh, they couldn't hear me. Sorry, guys. Okay. Thank you. Is it lunchtime? Thanks. Do I get out gift? Yes, you gift. I thought I might do. You didn't ask for my profile, okay? Good evening, again. Thanks for staying with us. We now introduce Dr. Taba. She is the Deputy Head of Department in this department, Teaching and Learning. The great support for our civic. She's spoken at SAPICS and
Good afternoon, or is it good day? We had very great speakers, and thanks to the speaker that came before me, because everything was so practical. And it just made me realize the importance of the conference. And I so wish that the conference continues, because to our students, this is gold, getting it from people who have been on the ground, but at the same time, they also have studied the same course. It doesn't come every day. And I believe that it gives them a hope and it also make them connect. So today, even more than the first conference we had, which was also a success, I actually see it and the reason for us to continue pushing this professional experience. Yeah. Talk that is coming from this. Okay. So I just want to take you through what we are doing in the classroom and what have we learned so far in terms of teaching, supply chain, and transport, and what we are building going forward. And we are doing this because we realize that as much as we are preparing our students to be professionals to get jobs, but then the reality kicks in as the other speaker just came to me and said, the other speaker who was presenting here said, which the unemployment rate and the unemployment rate is the reality. Meaning we need to have alternatives. We would like all of them to have internships, but we must also consider that in the case where there are no internships, what else can they do in the meantime? So we realized something that our students can pass exam, but when they enter the industry or go back to the communities, they are faced with the real problems they have never solved before. At the same time, in our township and rural areas, businesses are operating without systems, without visibility, and without digitalization. So the question becomes, are we really preparing them? Supply chain are not just business systems in Africa. They are development systems. They determine access of food, medicine, and economic participation. At the same time, Africa is the youngest population in the world. A generation that is already digitally aware, already adaptive. The question is not whether they have potential. The question is whether our education system are shaping that potential correctly. For us, decolonizing education is this. We equip our students to solve real problems in our township, in our rural economies and industries, not somewhere else, but here in South Africa, leading us to Africa. So our teaching pedagogy looks at what is called consulting-based learning. Our students, the first day when they arrive in class, they are asked to identify a problem in the community. With the problem in the community, we start pushing them to go and study the field, which is what is being taught, like their logistics module, their purchase module, and. And then they ask them, from the problem that you see in the community and what you are currently studying,
can you bring a solution? When they are about to bring a solution, we tell them you cannot do it without a digital skill. Then we translate that to the ERP system or to blockchain. And the blockchain part is because supply chain is closest to blockchain. We couldn't do the whole 4IR technologies, all of them. We can produce all of them theoretically, but then if we wanted to for a certain skill, we had to concentrate on one. And then from there, if you check the skill application and impact, because that commercialization, that product that they are going to come out from the blockchain is going to be a product. So we checked how we teach our students. We started making them act and move like this menu. We started making them act like consultant. So if you saw them standing up, first introducing themselves, where they come from is because they do it every time in class before they answer any question. You want to answer a question, want to ask a question, first stand up and you properly introduce yourself. And then from there, we them with real programs, not case studies. You identify the real problem in the community and you start solving that problem. And we allow them to do that all in the community. They have to check where they find the problem. And that solution they come with it must be digitally driven. And this is where the shift becomes visible. We have a module called Logistics Processes and Practices. It's our advanced diploma module. So the advanced diploma module that this year they are doing rural supermarkets and township supermarkets. First, they are investigating the level of digitalization of supermarket. And then what they bring the solution of the ERP system, which they will present it to those rural supermarkets. Because there's so much of a gap. We're talking skills gap, but there's also a gap between formal market and the informal market. And the only way to that the chain connect, we need to find a way of uplifting about the informal market. And this is what our advanced diplomas are currently doing. And then we have field management. These are second-year students who are doing ERP system, and they are also doing telematics. They are working on the state-owned enterprise case studies. And with the state-owned enterprise case studies, they are investigating the challenges, especially within the food sector. And projects, we about ambulances. Have we ever thought of how many ambulances are okay? How many out of those ambulances are now operating? How many are stuck because they were not maintained, they have broken down? And then others are in SAPICS. They are investigating, coming up with a solution of how to efficiently use SAPICS behavior, especially in the case of emergency. And then they're doing the ERP system together with the metrics. And then we also have purchasing 3 students who are being creating this today. So in purchasing 3 students beyond analysis, they began to build a solution. They start by identifying the real procurement or supply chain challenge, not the critical one, and then they apply logistics and procurement to design the solution using technology. This is blockchain. And what powerful is this? So some of these solutions don't say, they don't stay in the classroom. They solve into student, they end up into student-led startups. That's why we do have a student-led startup called Big Five. We do have a student-led startup called Infinite Solution. And then they have developed an app called Lima. They did 5-week fix. This one, they have realized a challenge in our township and areas where they will say, just don't have doing gasoline fixing cars. He has always been a great like mechanics to date. Gasoline like other mechanics that we know in town in one. And young professional can attest to say, if you are still sold, and then you just bought your item, if it breaks down, they'll ask you to go to Rampag to fix it, the insurance. They will find a certified mechanics in Soweto. So they were investigating that. You get the real problem out of that. So they came up with a blockchain app that is powered. They came up with a blockchain which is powered by they came up with a blockchain app, and then it was powered by the procurement system. When they were saying they want to connect that informal market, what they were doing then, they want the mechanics, they want someone to go to the system, a call for something, they want the tire change, they want to fix they want an oil change and want. They will do it in the system. And then the mechanic within that area will accept the call based on they understand. And then from the mechanic will come and fix the car. Remember, it's a blockchain. Everything is captured. Meaning they want to see that they can do it. The customer can still bring their comments. It's the cash flow in our townships. It's the track record of that mechanic to show that they can really do the work. So I see the projects that are done by these students as something that is bringing convenience and efficiency in the market. They are not the in the market, but they are coming and they are coming fresh minds to say, the other startup we have there is Lima. Lima was actually a project from last year, 2024, yes. It actually already got a funding of 200,000 from our university because it really showed potential. It also got international awards during the competitions in Brazil. The thing about Lima is, if for those who are and Bani and Wembe district, that area, the soil is so fertile, the weather is tropical. In the household, there's a lychee tree, there's a mango tree, there's an orange tree. And during the time when students are ready, they all go to waste. Cannot consume all of them. They came out with a blockchain app that is connecting the banking guy. It's actually in the same village, and then with an informal market, something social or village. So the person just go to the end. I want this 5 crates of avocados, and then the families can fill those 5 crates, get a local banking guy. That Africa needs. These are solutions that South Africa needs. And the because as our student and young professional, what is the real problems? And the real problems is that 60% of our population that is relying on the informal market. And you have to tap into that informal market and make changes. So why digital skills matters? They can solve this problem without client. As much when you come to my classroom, to lecture, I go beyond and say, go and then coach, go and then change fit much, but you need that skill. Without skills, it's not enough. The last speaker was saying, I'm building my own app because now we cannot live without apps. And other technologies are becoming better, or other solutions are becoming very expensive. So how do you come up with your own solution? The future we are building. So the future supply chain education will not be defined by how when we copy existing models. It will be defined by how when we respond to our own realities. We have the youngest population in the world. We are digitally capable. Then what we need is education that shaped this youth to solve the real problems in the communities, in our industries, in our economies, because the goal is not just to produce graduates, it is to develop consultants, innovators, problem solvers, who transform African supply chain. I want to thank you for this opportunity and to say that again, Claire, I wish we will have the third one, and I'm praying that we have the third one. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions for your clever lecturer? You're very lucky because you have access to him every day. But are there any questions online, Con? No. Okay. Great. Oh, there's a gentleman here, one of our student chapter members. Remember to repeat the question, please.
Afternoon, everyone.
Don't be late here. I'm going to repeat your question.
I saw that you were become honor student. Just a question from someone who did not go through the diploma route where more tactical and practical what is happening. Do you think the education system that you are building is capable to produce consultants who are going to start their career as consultants? Like the previous speaker was mentioning that they were now analysts because of report, handling that, providing solutions for that. Thank you.
That's a big
Just late. So if I'm understanding by saying, do I think that we are preparing or will end up achieving graduates who can just go straight and be consultants, or they need to start somewhere? I want to add up to that question because someone once said that, and I was at SAPICS conference, and then he said to me, you are saying you are teaching them to be entrepreneur. Everyone can be an entrepreneur, which I definitely agree. Not everyone is going to be an entrepreneur, but we all owe it to ourselves to be an entrepreneur. Either we are going to be entrepreneurs or we are going to be entrepreneurs. And we all need entrepreneur mindset, right? So what we are currently teaching, all I could say to you is that we are embedding an entrepreneurial mindset. And with that entrepreneurial mindset, in a township where they really need assistance, you can start consulting there while waiting to get employment. But obviously, if you want to go to DP, KPMG, they have to start somewhere. They cannot just wake up and be consultant. But we are giving them that confidence of the outlook of how to see things and then how to solve problems.
Great. One last question there. Oh, sorry, you're going to have to fight, but that lady did have her hand up here.
I'm explaining the 30 students and logistics and students. So a question I have is, in class, usually teachers speak and social change, right? So next year, most of us students will be in the workplace. How do you create such how do you create a person without stepping on people's toes as a newcomer? Good question.
So the question the reason I'm laughing is because the interpretation of the question is the one that is a challenge now. So they're still saying that the question says, I'm teaching them to be entrepreneurial and also to be innovative. But how do they make sure that when they get into the industry, they know their lane? And all the speakers who stood here, they spoke about attitude. It's very important to read the room. It's very important to have emotional intelligence and have the time, because that time will come. Did I become a lecturer and right away to say, no, this is how I'm going to teach my module? I have been in the department since 2016. I implemented this model full in 2023, but I never forgot my goal. I never forgot why I wanted to be the lecturer, was to change or to decolonize the education system. And I didn't forget my goal. I said, do not forget your goal. Do not forget your motive. If you don't get there and you get employed and you are happy, you forget that you have to be an entrepreneur. She didn't forget. She's an entrepreneur now. Are you answered?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause, please. So I'm going to wrap things up now this afternoon by introducing the SAPICS General Manager, Bugeni Ndlovu. He's based in Durban. He's a very clever man and he's got a very long CV, so I'm not going to read it in the interest of time. But he's been a fantastic addition to the SAPICS team and made us think about things differently and cleverly. And welcome Bugeni to close the conference. And I just personally like to thank you all for staying, all of the people online for staying, Connor for being amazing, AV, Bev for her brilliant support, and all of you for your great questions and our fantastic speakers. One more round of applause for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. I think I feel moved to start, or rather to end the session the way we started. Your professor gave us a very nice war cry that we're going to use. I think there are two parts of it. So the first part is there's the UJ. I didn't quite hear it. It's UJ. 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 And then we've now adapted our own for SAPICS. And that's to say, when I say think supply chain, you say think SAPICS. So when I say think supply chain, think supply chain, think supply chain. Thank you very much. So there's not going to be any more content. I think we've had a very enriching day full of insights and very valuable content. So I'm just going to do a few things as a way of wrapping up the session. And the one is I'm also an academic at a business school. And one of the things that I insist before we leave is that all of the students take some time to actually reflect. And so just a personal reflection exercise for 2 minutes. I want you to write down what are the two to three key takeaways from this morning and afternoon session, and what are the 2 to 3 things that are your personal course of action. What are the 2 to 3 things that you want to work on? Who are the people that you want to contact from the session today? Which slides do you need to go and download because maybe you have an interview or you want to prepare your CV? So just take some time, 2 to 3 minutes. While you're doing that, I'll just go through and remind you again who was in the session. So before tea, the opening address obviously was the Professor Magento. And then subsequently, we had presentations from Benita Sanyatsi from DP World, talking about staying employable. We heard from Priscilla Lee, who spoke about the importance of making sure that you have a voice and guiding you on public speaking. We had a presentation from Prof. Oprah Cillians from UNISA, who spoke about the importance of professionalism and professionalism in behavior and habits. And then we had a presentation just before tea from Sanjay Saha and Dr. Andrew Brown, who spoke about advancing your career supply chain through coaching. We came in after tea. We had a very comprehensive and practical session on CV tips from Steph Boyd from Switch Recruitment. Then we had two very strong personal testimonies. One from Wayanda Ngombo from Slimstock, speaking about digitization and technology transformation. And the other personal testimony from our SAPICS board chair and also the CEO and founder of Bluetrons, Kumo Osatupa, who spoke about her personal journey supply chain. And then, of course, we closed the session with Dr. Tala, who really touched on the importance of the session, how we can try and continue build the session. So I hope everyone has had an opportunity to write down 2 to 3 key takeaways and 2 to 3 actions that you're going to be doing. What I thought would be appropriate is not for me to speak on behalf of you, on behalf of the conference, but to give your representative from the UJ student chapter, Oscar, an opportunity to make some of his reflections before we close. Oscar?
Good day, everyone. I would also like to call all the executives from the SAPICS student chapter to come here and be with us, since they also want to share something with us.
Won't have time.
But yeah, but there's a few words.
Maybe you can talk and just for them to.
So on their behalf, just to introduce myself, my name is Oscar Sizigo. So I'm part of the UJ SAPICS student chapter. I was going to call upon my executive team, but on behalf of the executive team, would like to extend our sincere appreciation and thanks to SAPICS, as well as all the speakers that were here today. Would like to say we truly appreciate the time that you took, as well as the knowledge that you shared with us, especially when it comes to the real world experience, because as a SAPICS, we aim to bridge the gap between theory and industry, especially for our students, so that they don't just focus on books, so that from industry professionals on how things and how this. So with that, I would like to say thank you all for attending. We really appreciate your presence here, as well as your engagement, as well as being able to come here and learn. It's what makes meetings like this even more meaningful and impactful. So the student chapter would like to say thank you all.
Very much. And that gives me a good segue then into our votes of thanks on behalf of our chairperson, Zato Wanoy, and the rest of the SAPICS boards. First and foremost, we want to thank our key sponsor for this event, which is DP World. So thank you very much. If you could give them a round of applause. Then we want to thank all of the speakers that were able to make valuable inputs, both our international speakers who are online and the speakers who are able to join us in person. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. And thank you very much for our host, UJ, Professor Tava, and the UJ Student Sector for hosting this second in person the Young Professionals and Students Conference. Thank you very much. A round of applause. And then the people who really put in all the legwork in terms of making this possible. The SAPICS team, thank you very much to Beverly D'Souza for her role in the administration of this process. Connor Fincham for his role in IT and support. And of course, Claire Fincham, who was the convener of today's session, put together the program, in fact, and has been a very excellent master of ceremonies. Thank you very much, Claire. So then in closing, for me, again, thank you very much for your time, energy, and commitment this afternoon. As it's been said, this is the role that we try to play as SAPICS, is to really bridge the gap between education and the private sector. And it's been a very wonderful experience, especially the first time, to see how an event like this can be really meaningful for the growth and development of students and young professionals. So the only thing I would leave you with is really to encourage you to continue connecting. You've seen that everybody that's presented today has shared their details very generously. So please make use of that and of course the content. And please make sure to continue investing in your personal and professional development. Just some final announcements. As Claire has mentioned already, there will be lunch downstairs. And we will also be sending you an evaluation form for you to be able to give us feedback on how this event went and what improvements we can make for next year's and future years. And of course, all of the slides will be shared for this afternoon. So thank you very much to everyone online and here in person at the UJ Student Conference. We are now closing the Young Professional and Student Conference for 2026. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day. Shalom. Yeah.